should be going.
Welcome back to Brine and Tide. Previously, the party had descended beneath the waves, taking the turtle and the abyssal bell to walk across the seafloor, passing through various coral reefs, eventually through a tunnel, and dealing with some aggressive crustaceans. You made it to the Koluth Reef, the group of Sahagin that you had all managed to free from the coils of the aboleth. Seeing that they were in the process of rebuilding now that they were finally of their own minds after so long enslaved, uh, you met with one of the previous Sahagin you've dealt with before, one known as Delson, who... Someone clattering?
No.
You might be hearing the humidifiers in my lizard tank.
Okay. But you spoke with him, men were invited inside to a chamber that had trapped air due to needs for crafting and such. Can't do everything underwater. But there you were given food as friends and were able to communicate with Reef Mother Gullet through a strange, large clamshell living that seemed to be paired with another that provided something of a illusionary visage so that you could speak with her as she was still considered as she was isolated for her protection deeper in the reef. Learning that they would not be able to provide soldiers for the pirate attack, they would perhaps be willing to provide assistance in being lookouts or perhaps providing supplies of some sort. They informed you that a lingering threat, an enforcer of the Aboleth, or the fiendish enforcer, a shoal of fiendish fish, alliteration, you departed with Delson guiding you, where you found a wrecked ship and several caves where within were hiding several of the blood Sahagin cursed by an ancient blood curse. I'm just repeating words. I'll get better. From long before the deluge, you dealt with them, giving them a merciful end to their eternal hunger, as well as dealt with the Black Shoal, a ferocious frenzy of teeth and scales that descended, nearly chewing Ray into bits before being dispersed by Quiet Hearts, I believe, right? The final blow. Which tracks the demon killer. And with the threats handled, you searched the grisly remains, discovered a few bits of jewelry and of previous victims before you returned with Delsim, met up with Delsim, and began your trek back to the village, where we resume with you basically walking back into town. Literally walking back into town, because you have to walk across the bottom of the ocean on this event. So, yeah, Delsim will guide you back towards the caverns, once again leading you to the pocket of air. So, did you want to speak with Delsim before you speak with the Broodmother, or just...
Well, he's right there.
I mean, whatever's most convenient, really.
I'm just trying to see what is too much of a railroad, or just, an assumed course of action. Oh, no, I know. It's, it's an assumed course of action. You would talk to him and the Broodmother. So,
Yeah.
He goes, give me just a moment. I will go speak with her, and then she will speak with you. Take time to rest if you need. And he gestures, and there's still a good amount of sushi and aquatic plant life. The basically the same spread that you had before, still there. He goes, "Please help yourself, rest, bind your wounds." Kind of glances at Rayan.
She looks awful.
Yeah, you got chewed up. You were in the blender.
Yeah.
So he dives down, and you're kind of left alone for the moment. If you want to sit and chat, kind of recover, get a chance to do a short rest. Yeah, you can take a short rest. You'll have that. Nothing's going to interrupt that. So, if anyone wants to take a short rest to heal or recover.
Gonna start eating more sushi.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard to be kind of fussing over Anne a little bit, just seeing if she needs healing or wants healing.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
You okay? You sure about that?
I just took nasty and hit us off.
Nasty hit is when you like fall down the stairs. You got kind of blended.
I'm fine.
Alright.
When she does that, like the teeth come out a little bit.
Alright then.
What's the aggression color that her hair turns, or that she turns? Because we've seen
it's black.
We've seen what happens when she's like embarrassed or excited.
When she's angry, it's black. Like Vanta black.
Ooh.
On that reaction, Firehouse will tilt their head and fix Rayan with a very poignant stare and just, "Are you? If you say you are, I will believe you. Tell me truthfully, are you?"
I'm sorry for snapping you on it.
Pain makes people cranky. I get it.
I just want to sit down, please. And yeah, she'll go sit down and like just try and relax.
Okay. And I remember right, it was just Quiet Hearts and Ryoko who were close enough to see Rayan kind of. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Those two saw Rayan unhinge her jaw and take a bite out of the Sahagin.
Yeah, it was already dead, so
Yeah.
And it got kind of torn up by the passing shoals, so evidence was covered up, but you two saw. You were witnesses. Yeah. Witnesses have to be dealt with.
Since she obviously doesn't want to talk, Quiet Horse is just going to be nearby, but not right next to Rayan, and just, sit there.
Rayan will just grab whatever's closest and like just bite into it.
Okay. Would she make a conscious effort to avoid meat, or?
Yes. If she grabs meat the first time, she'll like if she does, she'll fucking toss it away.
Yeah. So, yeah, there is, like we said before, there is vegetarian options that would be at hand.
Yeah, she'll grab some underwater vegetation and bite into it.
The thing about a lot of aquatic plant life, air quotes, since it's usually just all various types of algae, they're all very juicy.
Good.
The things you think are plants or animals.
What?
Yeah. Algae is neither plant nor animal. It's
It's true. It's like fungus.
algae's its own thing, and they get weird with it.
Sponges, animal. Corals, animal. Sea lilies, animal. Proper sea plants, not as many as you think, and a lot of it's grass.
Yeah.
Sea cows.
I mean, yeah, that's what they eat.
Sea cows, animal. Humans, animal. The ancient thing beneath that we don't talk about, animal.
Pretty
Hey,
sure.
I'm not a thing.
Oh,
You're
there's
not-
more than you.
The other
There's
one.
lots of things down there. Like, there was oceans before the oceans took over. There's, like, a whole nother ocean beneath the ocean.
Yeah, so I don't want to like tangent that whole thing about them discovering like an entire ecosystem beneath the ocean floor because they're trying to deep sea mine it, which is infuriating. But fucking Dogleech pointed something out that made me upset. It's like, just imagine that's probably where the last living trilobite survivor is, and we'll never see it because it's so far down there beneath the ocean and beneath the earth.
And we might not even recognize it if we did, because all those millions of years
Yeah.
in a completely different environment,
I mean,
evolving into something radical,
if it
something
weren't for the
dangerous.
coelacanths and their weird upside down vertical swimming ways, it can work for the trilobites.
Mm-hmm.
But so you're all able to take a short rest, eat, wrap your wounds and stuff. But at some point during that, it doesn't take too long before Delsim arrives again and goes, "Okay, Broodmother will speak to you again." And he reaches back into the water, hauls out the large clam, because they kind of kicked it back into the water previously. And once again, they open it up, stroke the flesh on the inside, and it begins to project that illusionary visage of the Broodmother. Friends, welcome. Dilsim says you were successful, and you all returned alive. This is good news. We hope dealing with our wayward family was not too difficult, and that the monstrosity was not. And you see the illusion kind of glance across everyone before settling on the visibly distressed Rayan. The monstrosity was not too much for you all. She seems to find trouble finding the words, as I find trouble finding words.
It wasn't the worst thing we run into. We're okay.
No, that is true. You killed the thing in the deep. And now more of its grip has been loosened upon us. And for that, you have our thanks again. You will have our aid. We will keep watch on the waves from below. We will alert you if someone approaches the island. And we will provide some resources that we can. And she kind of the illusion nods to Delsim and goes, we can provide spears and javelins that may be helpful. I don't know what your armament is like, but it is simple enough for us to gather and create those. And as well, he kind of reaches over to where there's like a satchel that had been set aside. And he pulls it forward and goes, "We can provide these. They are abundant, and without us collecting them, we actually have more of a surplus than we would normally have." And they reach in and pull out a handful of shark teeth.
Oh,
Oh,
Nice.
wait a minute. Like, you got these from like your sharks?
Yes, shark teeth, they fall out and they regrow quite frequently. So we have been scooping them out of the silt, those that haven't decayed too far, and we use them for many things. And you've seen, like, you've actually been at the receiving end of some shark tooth weaponry from the Sahagin.
Yeah.
Goes, we do not have use for them to create these, but we hear that some surfacers use them to make arrows. Might be able to be useful for you.
Huh.
So the Sahagin will provide lookouts, provide urchin javelins, which, remember the urchins from the previous map? They will provide a large amount of shark teeth for whether weaponry or arrow making.
Good to know.
Which, Amon, you'll like to know this.
Yes.
A shark tooth arrow, it does not give a +1 to attack. It's not enchanted, but when it does hit, it does do an additional 1 damage.
oh, okay, that's interesting.
These will be useful. Thank you very much.
And Delsim nods and looks back to the broodmother, and she speaks up. Perhaps in time, we can provide more in exchange from the surface villages. We know
Yes.
the moon scale will remain, and from what Delsim said, it seems that some of the survivors that we stranded here, Delsim kind of lowers his head a bit, they also wish to remain in this home they've made.
This
So.
is true.
They become
We
very
have-
fond of the island.
And we are fond of the reefs that surround it. Tell them we are open to being, and she kind of looks at Dilson as if she's looking for the right word. We are willing to be good neighbors. But you may tell the village that they will have our eyes and our help in what way we can. Although
Thank you.
give them our regrets that we cannot join them on the battlefield.
We shall.
Take the time you need to recover.
Sorry, what was that?
Take the time you need to recover.
Thank you, we will. In time, we hope that we will become strong and healthy again.
Jesus fuck, leader.
What?
Callie?
Cat, I assume.
No,
I
my
think
sister
she said
fucking
it.
texted me. And it was loud
she-
as fuck.
I thought I heard
I'm
Lita.
scared. For some reason, I thought I heard Biter, and I'm like, wrong game.
I was absorbed in listening to you narrate, and fucking Aaliyah's like, "Boo!"
Oh,
Sorry.
you're good. So,
I'm gonna mute my fucking phone.
if there's anything you wish to ask or speak to the broodmother of, now would be the chance before the connection's cut.
Um,
Otherwise, Delsim would still be here to talk to.
I can't think of anything
Uh,
specific.
I got something.
Okay.
It's as business, I guess the main business concludes, Quiet Hearts will sit up. Sorry. And ask Broodmother, may I ask you a question?
Of course.
What is the charge of murder among the people?
She kind of looks to Delsim and kind of exchanges a glance before looking back. She goes, it would depend around the circumstances. Self-defense is understandable if regrettable, but in true murder, if it was heinous enough, they will be fed to the sharks, or exile is what awaits them. To be without a shoal is as good as death.
We nod a bit at that, then speak up again. I murdered 2 of your own during the attack. I knew there was a way to free them, but I did not even consider it. I wish to make this known upon you and your judgment.
Ah. This is actually something we have discussed. Oh, actually, I shouldn't. This is something we have considered. My children were as beasts, with the parasite within their gills. Your survival came to be between yours and theirs. I do not fault you for that. As saddened as I am to know that they have fallen, it still hardens me to know that you tell me this. It is honorable. I thank you for your honesty and appreciate your intent to trust me with your intent with this.
They kind of clench their the gauntleted hands for a minute, and then they just slowly bow and goes, I will abide by your wisdom, Broodmother.
Are you dissatisfied with that judgment?
There is a long moment where they just seem stuck, and then Quiet Hearts just says, I don't know.
No. By my judgment, I think you are not at fault. If we were to judge all of my children for the pain they inflicted, I would be left alone. And Delsem, kind of lowers his head at that and it's like mild look of shame.
Quiet Hearts.
They just turn slowly to look at Rain.
Were you never mind. Later.
Okay. They just turn back and again give another little bow to the Broodmother.
gives a respectful nod back. And she goes, please partake of our bounty. Rest. Take the time you need. And when you return, we can help escort you if you wish. And bring some of the supplies that we can spare already. She looks to Delson and they look at, meet her gaze and nods and goes, I will handle it, Brood Mother. And the clamshell closes. You can continue to rest up for the rest of the short rest and kind of pack yourselves up and
Quiet her.
Yes.
Were you hoping she'd kill you?
There's just a long pause for him, and he said, I would rather not, I think.
You think?
But if their punishment was that, I would have to abide by it.
No. No, you wouldn't.
yeah, more than quiet hearts of the party killed a couple Sahagin.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
but
specifically, they murdered after it was known how to save them.
All right.
That's the specification they give.
no. Quiet hearts. Yeah, you should have. You should have done it, but it doesn't mean you die. No matter what somebody says.
They are of their people and of their rules. And have wronged them regardless.
Or like looks around at everyone else, like, help me out here.
Oh. Well,
You are
Who wants to go for frosty chocolate milkshakes?
God, that's such a Fred thing to say.
yeah, let's do that. Yeah.
If you take away the backstory, the gender, the attitude, the personality, Fred and Ryoko are essentially the same character.
I heard they were going to kill you.
I do not believe they would. As they said, there were
No,
other punishments.
the others, when they were under control.
I am in full armor. They are of minimum threat at best.
Okay.
I
No,
could
they weren't.
I had the knowledge and the means to take out the parasites and did not.
Yeah, and you should have, but we're also in life and death situations constantly.
I didn't even consider it. I should
Listen,
have.
bud. Look. Not. It's fucking impossible to go through your entire life, with a clear head all of the time, knowing the best option to choose. Sometimes you fuck up, and you just gotta live with it. There's not really much you can do about it now, except help it kind of... I mean, what are you gonna do about it in the future? You know? Not trying to,
It
like,
will respond.
belittle your concern or anything, because, no one should ever feel too comfy about killing people, but,
Dilson kind of, he's just been sitting out this thing, goes, may I offer my insight? He's like kind of looking for like permission. He's like, he understands this might be a group discussion, and he's not part of the group. He's just there.
I mean,
Amon gives a thumb up.
yeah, you're one of the locals.
Technically, Trudens wouldn't be able to do that, but it's fine. You're a retrosaur.
Oh god, I'm just imagining a velociraptor lifting its one claw.
Oh god! Every time it does, you just hear that pop, pop, pop. But anyways, god, that was horrible.
My wrists are not built to swing swords. You're used to it by now.
Yeah. But Dilson goes, there is an old saying among Sahagin that it comes from a time when we were more, those of us that were more barbaric or who followed Sokola. A docked arm cannot share the burden. You punish yourself to where you punish yourself to an extent where you can't help out. That's not punishment, that's stupidity. I think sorry, common is not my normal language. I'm not sure if I'm helping.
You'll nod a little bit at that.
And if anyone wants to do like a history check, to get a little more context on that saying, feel free.
I, as the party barbarian, am a student of history.
And you roll an 18.
You are.
He pulls out the tiny reading glasses.
Yeah, tiny on Ioane, but they're normal sized reading glasses to everybody else. But docking an arm was a punishment that Sahagin used to do, where they would literally cut off an arm of someone that failed their captain. Back when Sahag with an 18, that he also mentioned Sokola is kind of the more aggressive of the two main Sahagin gods. More in line with the whole barbarous imagery that some surfacers have of Sahagin, but where as a punishment.
Of the Sahuagin we've encountered, have we encountered any barons?
No.
Or is that more of a thing of the past?
No, that's the thing. You have not seen, and you with that 18, you would know that docking was in particular a punishment or a mark of shame against those known as Sahagin barons, who are the rare out of a generation who are born with four arms.
Mm-hmm.
But it was also done to normal Sahagin, where sometimes you would see a Sahagin with missing a hand or even a full arm, depending on their offense.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, we're done. Over.
Lore! Gain an inspiration point!
Give us the lore!
Which some of your characters won't know this, but the players might recognize that. Bilchfin had 2 of his arms docked.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Interesting, that.
Yep. But you would know. Okay, that saying makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I think what he's trying to say is, you hurt yourself too much, you can't help yourself or other people.
What if it was more than once?
Okay, what are you gonna do about it now?
I don't know. I guess. Try.
There you go.
Pat, pat, pat.
I'm sorry, but
Each pat.
every time he does that, it's just imagine squish, squish.
Yeah.
'Cause it's jellyfish hair.
With each pat, Ray, and it's just squish, squish, squish.
Stress ball ran.
Oh, and actually, speaking of jellyfish, there was jellyfish among the food. It's like the jellyfish with the stingers removed. So,
Look, it's a Medusa.
if anybody was brave enough to try that, which
Oh,
actual
100%.
jellyfish isn't, it's gelatinous.
I'm sure
I've
Amon
had-
has some turtle friend who swears by the jellyfish.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Some brine dwarves actually breed jellyfish with a weaker stinger
Oh.
for the spice because they have the poison resistance.
Yes.
Oh. I thought they
I-
were going to somehow brew the jellyfish venom into a drink.
I'm a firm
Oh,
proponent
well-
that dwarven food should be spicy and full of
Actually,
poisons.
fun fact about that, Raven. There is a drug called sea sting that is made, which is a drink made from jellyfish stinging, stingers.
Funny.
Yep. I drank some when I was with an old friend of mine. It was fun.
And actually, there's a brine dwarf thing where they will take. Have people seen any? I'm not saying go look it up because it's kind of some of them are a little gruesome. But have you seen like jellyfish scarring from like stings, the patterns they leave?
Mhm.
There is actually a thing in brine dwarf culture where they do kind of a scarification tattoo thing where they will lay like man of war stingers in patterns on their body and then peel them off as scarification.
Sick.
Yeah.
Since they
Those
have
are
the
the last
poison
dwarves.
resistance. But anyways, well, getting too deep into the lore dump.
No, you're not. We asked for this.
But yeah.
So yeah, after the heavy conversation cried, so I actually began to just lightly pick at some of the food. And you might have noticed they didn't eat the first time around. They were busy shoveling food at Rain.
Oh, buddies, here.
And he holds up a big, thick cut of tuna.
This is the good stuff.
Oh, man. It turns away from the tuna.
Yeah, I knew this was going to be a problem because now I want sushi.
You did this.
I know. That's the problem whenever it's like food gets brought up, it makes me hungry.
Yeah, I remember when I first read the Game of Thrones books, reading, it's like you could tell where an author's passions lie because Game of Thrones books had such lavish descriptions of food.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man,
Oh,
we got nothing on Redwall.
I was just about to say the same thing.
Yeah.
Redwall was the king of this is making me hungry for food that doesn't really exist.
You want to
It's
be
like,
hungry for a
I've
food
never-
that doesn't exist? Look at fucking Three Stars and Land Before Time.
God, yeah. But Redwall, I've never had a chestnut, but Redwall wanted me to, made me want to try the candied chestnuts those little mice loved. But
They actually released a cookbook, like an official cookbook.
And
that's-
candy chestnuts are fantastic.
Hmm.
But yeah, as he hands over the cut of tuna,
Look, everybody here is fucked up real bad at some point and hurt people they shouldn't have.
Speaking
I've done
of
it.
just, oh, sorry, go on.
Just because we hurt somebody, that doesn't mean it's the end of the world. Especially if, The way I see it, if someone just does a whole bunch of bad things and then they feel bad about it and they decide there's nothing I need, so I can't do anything, I might as well just die. Well, that means by the end of the day, they've only really put hurt into the world. You know, I know it's hard to like keep going and try doing the right thing, but you kinda owe it to yourself and other people, don't you think?
I guess, yeah.
So,
They're just gonna kind of glance over at Ioane. They don't say anything, but they're making it clear they're listening.
Yeah, that's all I got.
so
Just
how
keep
are
eating.
the quiet ones like Amon, Karano, and Ryoko? How are you doing during this conversation?
I'm eating eels.
I am slurping jellyfish.
I'm just thinking about how
Uh,
fucking bloodthirsty Rayan seemed during that whole bit. That was very unsettling. Now they looked like they were a couple of moments where Rayan wanted to kill her specifically. And she's trying to think that maybe that's just her paranoia getting to her.
You could talk to her.
Not with so many witnesses.
Oh, that's not how Ryoko operates, and you fucking know it.
No, it's not.
I think with maybe like one or two exceptions, it's always been someone else who like goes up to Ryoko and gets her talking about serious stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Fuck it. Ryan
You're
goes
just gonna
over.
walk over to her and say,
Yes.
"I wanted to eat you so bad. I was
Ryan
so
is gonna
mad."
walk over to Ryoko.
Da-da-da-da.
Do you mind if I sit here?
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, that's me right now.
Ryoko looks at Rayan. Yeah, go ahead.
God, you could see the, like, in its neck.
Oh my god!
That me.
Wait, what are you doing?
Ryan is
Sleight of
talking.
hand.
Ryan walked over to Ryoko.
Sleight of hand for what?
Just to have my hands close to a weapon in a casual way in case
Okay.
anything happens.
Oh.
So, I don't know if you would have advantage, but that's really funny that it's authority for a crit. But what's your passive, Ryan? Your passive perception?
12.
So you kind of see her hands just kind of slide a bit closer to, her handles, but she's not like she clutched them. They just kind of, her arms shift a bit, and you might be imagining it, but you notice she kind of tensed a bit.
Ryan's eye wells up a little. I wanted to apologize.
Whatever tenseness you see immediately evaporates. Yeah, generally got to keep our wits about us a bit more next time we have to go into a fight.
Sorry. I'm trying really hard. But it's really difficult.
Yoko nods and sort of grimly reflects on being in similar situations in her own past. Okay.
Oh.
So there's a chance we're going to be in more situations where our lives are threatened and the lives of people that we care about are threatened. And good amount of time ago, when I was a younger woman than I am now, I was taught how to handle yourself in that situation. And when you are in a situation where people's lives are threatened, you need to become cold. Cruel, not needlessly violent or mean-spirited, but cold like a stone. No matter what you see, no matter what goes on in front of you, you remain unchanging. Like a rock. And you do what needs to be done, and you hold true to your purpose. You stay where you're supposed to be, like a rock. And you get things done.
I don't know if I can turn off how I feel like that.
It takes effort and practice to get good at it. But it's what you need to do. Because if you are not cold when these situations happen, then you're not going to think clearly. And if you don't think clearly, that's when people get hurt needlessly. That's when people who don't need to die, die. And I think we would both like to reduce the amount of people who die before their time.
Yeah.
So, then Ryoko teaches Rayan some meditation exercises for calming the heart.
Aww.
And getting into a cold headspace. These are fucking assassination techniques.
Good point.
Oh, she's teaching
Yep.
me how to kill.
It's
Ryoko,
teaching you
the
phrases to
professional.
keep your mind clear and logical while you're slicing throats.
Oh,
Good point.
God. Raven,
Yep.
no.
Oh God.
Oh, I'll come on board that fish.
No, GT. Yoko.
Yes?
Is this right?
Is what right?
Shutting yourself down like this.
Erica stops and thinks about it. I wouldn't. Most people shouldn't have to do this. But sometimes there are situations where it's better for everyone involved if you're cold. The way I was told is that there are killers who go out there and they're completely controlled by their emotions, and because of that, they do what feels good in the moment, what feels just in the moment, and create such a pile of bodies that continues to cascade and grow until countless innocents are caught in the wake. Whereas an assassin that is cold can make sure that the only person who dies is the person who needs killing. Because
I'm not an
killing other
assassin.
people is bad business. And then I look at her and like, shoe on the other foot. You guys keep telling me that what we've been doing is good stuff, but what we've been doing is finding out about intelligent living beings that are causing harm to other people and killing those intelligent living beings to make them stop causing harm to other people. You want to say that's not assassination because they're monsters? Okay, if that makes you feel better. I don't see a difference.
Yoko, I'm a monster.
Yeah, so am I. Welcome to the club.
No, you're not. Yoko. We are stopping with. When you assassinate somebody, you assassinate people who deserved it.
Ryoko thinks, and her face falls a bit, and she says, I did not have the luxury of always getting to pick my targets. I did not have the luxury of being able to ascribe to a moral code.
But now?
And I'm not saying that excuses me for anything that I did, but that is just a statement of the facts of the time.
But now?
Now I am doing my best to choose not to kill people, and yet all of this has happened.
You don't want to do this.
Well, no one really likes chores, and at the same time, someone's got to do the weeding.
Weeding?
It's a metaphor. Hey, you want to do some drugs?
Ryoko, there's a faint itch on your neck where you remember being bit in the dream.
Mm-hmm. That was not a joke. That is literally how she segued into that in that conversation.
What did she say?
Do you want to do drugs?
She's like, it's a metaphor. Hey, you want to do some drugs?
The Void Mother stuff?
Yeah. You know, maybe
was
what
so-
you need is to just get fucked up and get out of your head for a moment.
Can I do that? Can I get out of my own head?
If Ray
Well,
doesn't
literally,
want to do
maybe.
it, I'll hop on. No worries. You don't have to do it alone.
So the funny thing is, metaphysically, Rayan is Ray Guy's getting out of her own head.
Yeah.
All these people I kept eating told me to go walk in a mile in someone else's shoes. So I am.
The monkey told me to go west, but that's where the blizzards are. I'm not going there. It's cold.
Never tried to as we've learned well on this island.
Do you have the Void Mother Venom ready? Or whatever it's called?
Should be by the time we get back, I think. Pretty sure that's how the timeline works up.
It will. The moon scale will said they would have it. I think it's either like tomorrow, which it is. By the time you get back to the village, depending on like how soon you leave, probably be like already sunset by the time you get back to the village. Because getting out here took a while, and then traversing back and forth, to the.
Yeah, more or less. So yeah, let's put off the existential dread until you've got some drugs in you.
You'll be able to it will probably be ready tomorrow, and with Windwalk, you'd be able to get over there.
Yeah.
No problem.
That's what we did back in the guild whenever one of ours got the, oh god, what does it all mean? Am I a monster? Sort of crazies.
Crazy?
Don't take that word too literally.
Question on the Windwalk. If we activate it, can we take the turtle with us, or are we going to have at least 2 people walk the turtle back?
Why would we need the turtle?
Yeah, fuck the turtle. Cut its throat.
Because I imagine that eventually somebody in the village might want to use the turtle or something.
Yeah,
We
you
need
guys
to go
show up. Yeah, you guys show back up if you're like you surfaced and then Windwalk. Because one thing about Windwalk, you can't go through water.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You get crushed under the weight of water with it.
I'm just asking. We can't
Although it
leave
would
the
be
turtle.
funny, it's like I have heard people ask this question. It's like if you're in water and someone casts windwalk, do you just surface as like a fart bubble?
Yes.
Oh Jesus.
But it was a legitimate question. If we windwalk back, is it leaving the turtle? Because if that's the situation, Amon will take the long way and walk back with the turtle. Because
Yeah,
it's not our turtle to just leave abandoned in the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, if you show back up, like windwalk and remanifest in the village, Jarrus and Pizlip are both going to just kind of like manifest next to you, be like, where's the turtle?
Hey Drake, where's the body of Jesus Christ?
God damn it.
So,
I thought
Yeah,
our plan was to go back with the turtle and then go to the moon scale after that.
well, no,
It
that's what
is.
I'm saying. It won't be ready until tomorrow.
Yeah.
So you have this evening, and then tomorrow, which I will say will start the, we're going to start doing the full-on village preparation stuff because you've pretty much covered all the side quest stuff.
Only
Still the
one
bear.
remains.
Yeah, there's the bear and gum galore are like the two things that are like
Only two
outstanding.
remain.
But like one, I was gonna say also there's like the salvaging the ships, but that can be done as like one of the preparation things. You
Mhm.
dedicate a couple people during a day to go do that. But,
Excuse me.
Might as well turn over. Head back.
okay. And Delsim, when you start saying you're ready to head back, he'll go and start speaking to some of the other Sahagin, and they're going to collect up a couple bundles of some of the supplies. And he also goes, what was it?
I just wanted to roll some hit die in our short
Go ahead.
rest. Yeah, so go ahead.
Short rest would have been completed. So, and if you needed to heal up,
And apparently at max, I think. I don't remember how.
oh, here, let's go back to the other map. Yeah, you're at 64 of 88, according to your token.
64.
Unless Quiet Hearts healed you, I'm not sure.
He did.
Yeah.
The healing, I think, is what brought me up to 64.
Okay.
I guess I just forgot to update.
That's
Is it?
close enough.
Wow.
Wow.
What the fuck?
What's funny is your natural one's higher than my 2.
557. So, and Delsim will approach, one of you, and he'll go. Also, I spoke with the broodmother, and she agreed that we don't have much use for these here, honestly, beyond just crafting. But we harvest many of these, and I know surfacers find these useful. And he'll hand over a pouch of pearls.
Oh, handy.
Which the pearls total about 200 gold total.
How many pearls?
It's like a small pouch of various sized pearls, but altogether it's like a pouch worth 200.
Right. I thought you said each and not total. But all right, thank you.
Oh no, those would be some pretty impressive pearls. But no, he goes, we find many of them among the clams that we harvest for our food.
Excellent. I'll put them in the bag of holding so they don't get lost. And Mom grab them, open the bag, blink for a second, and then put the pearls in and close the bag.
Oh right, there was also the 2 bits of jewelry. If Rand calmed down, now that she's calmed down, if you wanted to try and look at those.
Oh yeah, with my magic eye.
The bangle is not enchanted. It's just a finely crafted and expensive looking piece of jewelry. Cleaned up a bit. It actually looks to be like silver, and it's like a golden silver bangle with sapphires.
Oh.
Ryoko, just your rogue instinct is just like, oh yeah, that will fence very nicely to a pawn shop or a collector. But the pendant, the pearl pendant, it looks to be like a crab. It's like a metal pendant but the shell is a pearl like a mother of pearl carved to look like a woman's face. That does have a magic aura to it.
Oh.
It's the Reef Mother design.
Oh, this one. This is magical.
Yeah.
Well,
If you wanted, you could have ritual cast Identify.
Yeah.
It is a pendant of water breathing.
Oh shit.
Ooh. That's
Yeah.
damn useful.
It
Yeah.
is with the Identify. You learn that this is specifically a Reef Mother token. It's kind of like a to ensure safety while traveling kind of deal. So it's like if you fall overboard, at least you won't drown. Kind of blessing.
Yeah.
Token.
Okay. Well, I can already do that. So,
I'll take it.
here you go.
Because this fancy bucket over here lets me, fortifies the lungs, but don't let me breathe the water.
It also gives you spider walk while you're underwater.
Yeah.
Or spider climb. Technically, it's crab walk. You can spider climb, but only sideways.
just like the gun boots that always know which way is down.
Alrighty then.
Yep, they attach a bundle of urchin javelins, which are about 20 or so. So if anyone wanted, they basically are just javelins, stat wise, but and also you get several satchels or several not like large, several sacks of like this reinforced woven seaweed texture, where of the shark teeth. But I'm not giving like an assigned amount beyond like actual weaponry. We'll get like an actual assigned amount in terms of resources because that's stuff that you can also pull from. But stuff like I'm not going to be like, okay, you get 5 barrels of oil this week, from the tar pit and this many sacks of teeth. It's just a nebulous resource that you now have unlocked.
Alright.
That makes sense.
That makes sense.
Let's start heading upstairs then.
And there was the comment that Jarrus made, saying that if you wished, he suggested that if you find the time and think it's safe, you might be able to perhaps search some of the ships that you pass by on the way back. And also, Rayan, you would know that it wouldn't take too much of a diversion or detour to visit your friend's resting place.
Yeah.
But Dilsim is traveling with you, and he is actually there is a shark coming with him. It's not this flying shark. Amon and Toronto, you recognize it isn't the flying shark. It's just one of the regular reef sharks, but he's kind of riding it through the water.
Okay. God damn it.
Mhm.
Sorry, I've got the fucking hiccups, so I'm trying.
Oh.
No.
why are we
Mood.
God damn it?
So,
Do you all mind if we stop by Ventrock's grave on the way back?
No, of course not.
God, I have to keep tabbing away from the general because that gif is just upsetting.
But TT has never steered us wrong.
No, it,
True.
It's the Agumon
Oh,
one.
Oh, okay. You this time's not your fault, TT. Sorry.
Yeah, I
Well,
haven't
it
been
was
doing shit. How dare you?
yeah. Well, TT made
Vile
that comment.
slanderer.
You're the one who
TT
just
did make the
blatantly
comment, yeah.
said, yeah.
So you're not completely blameless in this.
I'm always blameless for everything,
You know,
forever.
Biomon doesn't look shocked. That little freak.
I have
Just
an
an
eel.
innocent
He's
man.
into it.
They did live with him for an unknown amount of time. This is probably not the first time he's done shit like this.
Like, oh, he's doing this again.
Likely.
TT's just an innocent man.
So, God, morays are weird. Yeah, so you're marching across the water, and with Delsim's help, I'm gonna say you don't have to do a survival check to track your way. He can find you the easy paths. Yeah, so it doesn't take too long. If anyone wants to do a perception check to keep an eye out for shipwrecks, if you want, or just focus on just hurrying along back home with this little detour.
Yes, they will keep an eye out because that is their job.
If you want to search any of these shipwrecks, that'll help do that.
Yep. 22.
22. Okay, so you keep going along, and every once in a while you do see bits of sunken driftwood, or wrecked bits of wood, or even like there's a barrel and someone steps out of the bubble to check it, but it's whatever's in is decomposed or drifted away. Nothing really interesting. You find what looks to be like a rusty hammerhead at one point, but you kind of stash it away. Maybe it could be cleaned up, but nothing really exciting. Until there's a point where Dilsim is going around on like the 9 o'clock side of the turtle, if it was like facing 12, and Katarchi kind of glance off to the other side. I could have just said left or right. Or port or starboard. But you glance off to the other side, and it's through a gap of reefs where at first you probably wouldn't have noticed the hull because it's obscured by reefs. A couple of some growths of coral, but you see what looks to be like a snapped mast, where it's kind of making like that pointed A kind of structure in the distance. Jeez, I don't know why I'm suddenly like coughing so much, but so you spot wreck off in the distance. It doesn't look too far. Probably wouldn't be too much of a detour.
They'll point out and just there's some an odd shipwreck that way. See it by the snapped mast, and
And once it's pointed out, the rest of you would be able to see it after a few seconds of hearing.
We should check it out, right?
It might have something useful in it, yeah.
Couldn't hurt.
Alright then, let's go.
Jesus Christ, see?
What?
God, sorry, no, he sent me a joke in DM.
My goal is to always derail the DM's train of thought.
And it's funny because I also played a Dragonborn who romance Lae'zel.
No.
God, okay, anyways. Sorry, that derailed me bad.
What the fuck?
So, ship in the distance. What are you doing?
Oh, you want to poke our heads inside? I could use this fancy new pendant. And if
Yeah.
anything jumps out, I can punch it.
Let's
Which
go.
means if anyone who doesn't have like a water breathing ability, you can use the helmet to double the time you can hold your breath.
Oh yeah,
Won't be able to cast spells or anything, but
oh yeah. Since I got the
Also-
fancy pendant now, does anyone want the helmet?
also I think Ryoko, you still have that bubble helmet.
I do. That's one of the first things. I had that since the start. Those are
However,
my,
she does not know
rare
how to
items.
swim.
But I have my manta ray cloak.
Yep.
Ah, you do.
Yeah.
But we
Between
must
that and the
teach
Doesn't
bubble
you
know
helmet,
how to
I'm actually finally overcoming my fear of the water.
Oh, you'll reacquaint yourself real quick because Ioane's going to wake you up
I'm not-
early in the
I'm
morning.
not overcoming my fear of things in the water.
He's going to wake you up real early in the morning and teach you how to swim.
Oh no.
It's still dark.
You ever
Hey.
heard of the polar bear dive?
God.
Mhm.
Jesus.
So, you're all heading off to the shipwreck then? You can
Yeah.
handle with Delsim's help, you can find a path for the turtle that won't take too long, where it can, be able to fit up. And yeah, I don't have a map for it, but you do see much more intact than the lair of the Black Shoal and the Bloodsog, and you see a ship, probably, if you had to guess, maybe only like a year old at most. It looks still pretty fresh. You still actually see some tattered sails, heavily, half buried in the mud, but still attached to the mast and rigging. Um, what do you want to do?
I want to go up to it.
Yeah.
I'll lead the way, shit.
Okay, hold on just a second.
Excuse me. I'm gonna have my magic eye on.
Magic eye on.
Mm-hmm.
Ow, sorry. Suddenly I have like a tickle in my throat that's bugging me. Okay. Let's see. So, if anyone wants to, are we doing like a? Let's see. Either two people can roll an investigation, or one person with the advantage. To give a search of the boat.
I'll take it. I'll do the investigation because that's one of my skills. If someone gives me advantage.
I'll aid you
Sure.
with that, sure.
And with Rayan's magic eye. Oh damn! Heaven or hell, Jesus!
What the
Thank
fuck?
God.
That's twice now where you've gotten a crit, but on the advantage side.
You actually get to
the-
use this one.
Yeah. And also, I was going to say, with Rand's detect magic up, it wouldn't be, that would help. But damn, natural 20.
Wow.
So you start looking through the ship, and it's pretty easy to see the name on the side of it. It's called the Rampant Concord.
That's a fun name.
Yeah, and it looks to have been a merchant vessel. And from the looks of it, it was probably Marician. not one of the flying ships, but God, that T-Rex can is bugging me because the guy's legs.
Everything about that is bothering me.
Everything is rolling.
Also, that tuna gif. Jeez, I forgot how fast tuna are.
See,
The
you
giant
eat tuna
knives.
because it's a generic fish. I eat tuna because it is a noble warrior, and I must give it proper respect.
I eat tuna
Yeah.
before it eats me.
What was that Tumblr post said? It's like people don't appreciate tuna because most people only know them in hockey puck form.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That's not inaccurate.
Yeah, it's crazy to think. It's like, oh, maybe the reason they're so popular is because they're fucking huge and provide lots
Yeah.
of meat.
Yeah, and but you start looking through it, and it looks like it's been, actually with that natural 20, you would know that this has definitely been turned over before, and Delsim would comment that it's probably been picked over by the his people or the Marrow at some previous point, as all ships are. Especially, if a ship is sunk here, they were usually carrying something of interest.
Well, to be fair, my guy, your boss was trying to scrounge up anything magical. Just because it's not magical don't mean it's not valuable.
Yeah, and you would know that among the stuff was like alchemical stuff. That was also things, and alchemical. While some of the ingredients can be considered magical, is kind of its own like adjacent school where it's not 100% magic. Spell casting thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're not speaking it, you're not using actual spellcraft, the whole speaking words into existence, but it is
Yeah,
magic.
that's why alchemist is an artificer subclass and not a wizard subclass.
Mm-hmm.
Or
Except for the one time it was.
yeah, true.
It's overlapping fields.
Yeah.
Can't wait to learn about the one time that the Aboleth smoked a ship that was carrying illegal cigars.
Well,
it just breathes smoke out of all of its gills.
So, funny thing, if you remember the Driftwood Dolphin, the ship you were on, and you didn't know this because you were crew, but you were just a temporary crew. You didn't know about the smuggling operation.
Yeah.
One of the regular things that the captain smuggled on the ship was tobacco.
Yes.
That was it was untaxed tobacco that they were transporting from the forming farm plantations. So you were the ship that the Avila sunk that had cigars.
And then we foiled its plans.
But
where's my weed?
The Rampant Concord, looking at it, it is looks to have been a Marician merchant vessel, but that's probably not too surprising. Their territory and the overlaps nearby, but a lot of the crates have been broken open and the stuff scattered about, left to be covered in silt just with the motion of the currents and such.
Ocean.
You see crabs skitter around. They snap their claws at you threateningly before scurrying off or scuttling off. You startle a moray, or like an eel of some sort that darts out from between, underneath a broken crate that it seemed to have been nesting in, and slithers off to another crack. It just seems to have been like a just wild, nature at the bottom of the seafloor has started to take over this place. But Ryoko, you realize there's one crate where you actually have to get Ioane help to lift it up because it's trapped underneath one of the support beams of the ship. It seems to have prevented it from really being searched in. And when you pull it out, you look inside, and well, you'll be damned. This looks to be the tools Jarrus was asking about. The Marician artificer who has not been on the island long, if you had to guess, probably around the same time the ship sank. You think he might have just found his gear.
Hey.
Oh,
The
shit.
artificer's
Nice.
gonna be really happy.
And because there is like a in I don't know if anyone knows Marician. But people would recognize it. There is like it is initialed with you would recognize as a J and whatever his last name is. I'm not thinking of one right now. But yeah,
Oh.
and
I'll hold on to that then.
when you lift that out, Rayan, your magic detection is able to see that beneath it. Let me see what you find as I roll up a random thing. Is that natural 20? You know, why not?
Yeah.
Oh god. Of course you'd have one of these. There is a pair of very stylish looking glasses, but they're covered in. Actually, there's like a case that the glow kind of peers through, and when you pull it up and open it, there is like a enchantment aura to it. And you see these probably need to be cleaned, but due to the magical nature, they probably hold up pretty well. As you see these very nice looking glass lenses, glasses.
Identify.
So you'll have to sit down and take the 10 minutes, but you can take that on the
On
you
the
can do that
turtle.
on the turtle. So, but digging through, I'll just say you also with that natural 20, you find some other like bits of tools within the crate. You notice that there are Marasite tools, so they have held up perfectly underwater. But the rest of them, you find like steel and other metals. It looks like any Marasite that was here was taken. But you find some couple basically like a set of damaged tools which might be repaired. That would probably be useful to the village. So
Woo.
as you guys rolled freaking natural 20.
All right.
Nice.
Although I'm typing in the loot hole.
You wish for
Well-
me to put it in the bag.
I wish to identify
That
the.
would need to be done out in the bubble because if it might be a
Yo,
problem
open
if
the
you
bag of
open a bag of holding in an ocean. Next time you open it up, it's just gonna pour out 5,000 pounds of water.
That's fair.
Which might not, be a bad thing.
I've actually heard of people doing that for like game breaking mechanic stuff. Where it's like, I want to use a tsunami. Well, there's no source of water. Oh, really? Last time we were at the lake, I opened the bag of holding. It's literally a bag of water now. It's like, I'll allow it.
You know what I would do if I existed in this setting? And I was an artificer. I would, if I had to create a bag of holding and or a carafe of endless water, I would shape it like a pufferfish.
Fair enough.
Beyond that, there's this has been stripped clean. It was more about just the sheer luck of finding the correct ship and the correct tools in this little enchanted glasses, which when you return to the turtle and begin heading back. They are. Oh, hold on. Sorry, someone texted me. All right.
Well, it's great luck that
They
we
are
managed to
eyes
find
of
exactly.
minute seeing.
Oh.
Look good.
These crystal lenses fit over the eyes. While wearing them, you can see much better than normal out to a range of 1 foot. You have advantage on intelligence investigation checks that rely on sight while searching an area or studying an object within that range. It's like if you're looking for, but so
No, I didn't realize
it's a
he was
standard
so.
DMG item.
No, I didn't realize he was so farsighted. I think that's what it says when you can't see up close.
Ah.
We're gonna give those back, right?
Yeah.
What? Did you actually think we were just gonna keep a man from his reading glasses?
No. I was just.
And they do not require attunement.
I was just thinking about how useful these are.
And
We could ask them to make you a set after the pirates.
Yeah, I mean, it's better that the artificer has like a schematic or an example to build off of.
It's fine.
oh yeah, just a reminder, this entire time you've been traveling, every minute, ding, the bell
Yep.
has to be rung.
Yep.
And because of that, you know what? Someone roll me a d8.
Oh.
Sure.
Uh-oh.
A 5. Okay. As you're traveling along, the days getting darker because this is east of the island, so the shadows are getting darker. But as you're approaching the island, you start sloping upwards towards the surface a little more consistently. There is a moment where Delsim has to dip down, or the shark he's been kind of riding dips down, taking him with him with a kind of surprise sound, and starts circling closer to the bubble. As you look up, where it seems the bell has attracted attention, as you look up and see a group of dolphins have started like swimming around, just kind of looking down at you and curiously as you start hearing the weird like trilling popping of their sonar through the water as they just seem confused by this bell sound of a bubble going through the water at the bottom.
Oh yeah, sharks and dolphins don't get along well.
And Delsum's kind of patting it, goes, "No, especially so many, they can."
Gang up on you, yeah.
What were they?
Oh, it's just animals being.
Oh. TZ.
Oh, it's just animals being animals. Nothing to worry about.
Yeah, you got bit crushed there for a second.
Yeah. Hmm.
I don't like how smooth they are.
Says the scaled man.
That's what you take umbrage with, the smoothness?
Oh yeah, so we have I think one of the more common names for them is like lizard dolphins. But we have some very smooth boys as well that look kind of like them. But their tails, instead of the up and down motion, they do a side to side motion like sharks.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't remember if I've given an in-universe name for ichthyosaurs, but that'd be fairly recognizable when thinking about Gardinia.
We talked about it before. I just don't remember if we gave it a name.
There's also the Swecos, which are the Leopleurodon name that the Moonscale actually have a few named.
Swecko.
Ryan.
Because I asked a friend's name for an idea, and she's like, "Swimming gecko, Swecko."
Sounds like a Pokemon, which is good.
It does.
Swecko.
Ryan gazes into the eyes of the dolphins.
You okay? Oh, don't tell me
I'm
like one of your
fine.
other. Don't tell me like you also have a nemesis that was like a giant cosmic dolphin.
Blinks. I hope not. I was just.
Maybe historically, Rock Mendes had to slap Regax once or twice.
That's an orca. That's different.
I was.
You're still a dolphin.
Gonna
I was just like looking at. No,
I can't do a dolphin noise. I'm sorry.
it's fine. I do not have a rivalry with dolphins.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, and like if you're watching them, you're being a little being cautious, especially since Gilsum and the sharks seem a bit a bit tense. But seeing them, they don't really seem aggressive. They just seem baffled and curious. If you had a guess, because they are intelligent. Maybe not humanoid level intelligent, but they are still intelligent in their own right, and they just seem really curious. They don't come too close. They like dive down, maybe like 10 feet at the closest, just kind of peering down through the water before going back up and joining their pod.
Amon will wave at them.
I'm gonna lean over to Ryoko and go, "Don't eat those."
She nods.
I was just.
Worried for
you
our
know-
shark friend.
I couldn't describe this even if I tried, so I'm not.
Okay.
But yeah, you have this little encounter with this pod of dolphins that pass by, and as you start getting closer to the shore, they seem to maybe not lose interest, but grow a little more wary of getting too far into the shallows before they kind of give one little circle around the bubble before departing.
Yeah, with those guys swimming around, do you need to like stick around so they don't like? He's like, okay, bye, and then you just get ganged up on.
You do know that there is a net there is a large net that they use to partially block off the inlet for the. They can't block off the whole thing because that's a lot, but because they do have to block off sections that are safe to basically pens for their aquatic livestock.
Yeah, don't want some sharks taking nibbles out of the sea cows.
Right, or clackers getting to them.
Can clackers swim?
No, they just walk along the bottom and can or like cling to wall faces and try to pinch.
I mean,
They don't
that does
swim,
make
but they
sense.
don't stop either.
Okay, I should clarify. There probably are some clackers that can swim. There's a variety of crabs.
They can swim, but it looks real funny.
Yeah. Where's the swimming crab gif?
Itty bitty, do you just exist to vex me?
Poor Callie, you already know the answer to that, Callie.
Yeah, they have like helicopter rotors. They're like the twin rotor things. I mean, like actual swimming crabs. They're bizarre.
Ass rotors.
Also, Raven,
Yes.
you have pulled some of the most horrifying gifts out of the ether that I've ever seen today, and I'm not sure if I appreciate it.
We just searched fish, and they were under fish. It's like, what the fuck?
I'm just saying. You sure found them.
So, it's about actually made decent time. So it's only a little bit after sunset when you get to the inlet and start heading in.
I'm gonna.
Oh wait, shit! You were gonna stop by Ventrox's place.
Yeah.
So rewind.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So
The dolphins, grew bored before too long. They're capricious things. So
Rayan gives them a shoot, shoot. Go bother the hospital.
hospital.
Don't worry about it.
I think I'm gonna.
um.
But so yeah, you would recognize that the stand of coral that you had picked out for him is not far.
Yeah.
Do you want to bring everyone with you, or you can go by yourself?
I'll be back.
Well, it's probably good that one of us comes along with you, because, it's late at night.
Shove Quiet Hearts forward.
No, actually, she's not sure that's a good idea with how Quiet Hearts has been feeling.
No.
Oh, come along, come on.
She'll grab you on his arm. Alright. And she'll pull him, She will take you to the grave.
Yeah, because I did not swim with you. I did not. I haven't actually seen the grave myself.
Nobody has.
No one has yet.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not too far from
Grave.
where you left the bubble turtle.
Yeah. She'll bring you over. You can see that the ribbon that was once on her arm is kind of interwoven in this coral.
And
So,
when you actually get to where he is, because you left him kind of exposed as a sea burial.
Uh-huh.
When you get to him, you're kind of surprised. You were kind of afraid that maybe scavengers got to him, but that's part of nature. But when you get to him, it looks like there has been like several seasons worth of coral growth creeping from the surrounding coral and starting to encrust his body.
Oh yeah, Rayan did pray to the Reef Mother, right?
And he did ask to be returned to her embrace in death.
Oh, and when they get there, Yoane, there's like little black tears that float away from her face.
Like squid ink.
Yeah.
He's gonna put he's gonna put a hand on her back. He's not gonna say anything.
She listened.
Yeah.
She listened, Yoane. I wasn't sure if she would.
Well, you know how it is with, when you're very, very big and then you're in a world that's full of so much small things, they all kind of get lost in the shuffle. But sometimes, sometimes they notice.
Yeah. Sometimes we do. Yoane,
Yeah?
do you think I'm doing all this right?
You're trying. That's really the best anyone can do.
Yeah.
Listen, people who have been born and raised and are not some turbo hungry ocean full of teeth and whatnot, they ask that same question. The fact that you are asking that shows that, you know, you're not that different.
She presses X to doubt.
What, you think I'm a liar?
I don't think you're a liar, Yolane.
Because my mama didn't raise no lie.
I don't think you're a liar.
That's right. I'm always right.
Wow.
Oh,
Nice.
you're always right?
When it comes to this thing, yes.
No. You can't just pick and choose.
Yeah, but you're no longer feeling bad about yourself, are you? You're just mad at me.
Mad is a bit much.
Well, that's the funny thing about, you know, being mortal and being languages. Sometimes people just, like, say, oh, I'm so mad at you, and, you know, when really they love you.
She looks up in Ioane's face.
You're a silly little thing. But guess what? I'll let you in on a little secret.
What?
The key to life is the key to joy is being a little silly.
He squishes your head a little bit.
She tinges pink.
Ryan,
Yeah.
you remember what Quiet Heart said about their encounter with Regex? She
Aw.
was silly.
Aw.
Yeah, it's the people who take themselves too seriously all the time that, you know, they're miserable.
Look, Ioane?
Yeah?
Do you love anybody?
That's a pretty broad question.
With she's not meeting your eyes. With us here.
There's a manta ray snooping.
The question is if whether that's a Ryoko.
But continue, sorry. I can't help it with the jokes.
You're good.
Aw. Sorry. You're asking if I'm, like, in love with anybody?
Yeah, do you like anybody? Like, I don't know. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. The truth is, I just haven't thought about it that much. That isn't to say you're not charming in your own way.
And again, he pats you.
The pink pinkins. Do you have you ever thought about that with anybody?
Oh, I'd probably be lying if I said, if I never did it, but honestly, lots of things have been on my mind lately, so lots of things on my plate.
Yeah. That's understandable. Oh, you
Sir,
want
what the
a?
fuck?
Yeah.
You don't have experience, you said, right?
Not really, no.
So are you opposed to it?
No. I just said I just never did it.
Do you?
What, do you want to... Are you asking me you want to go on a date or something?
The pink pinkens even further.
You're starting to look like a salmon.
You know, you know how I you know that like quiet
Yeah, you like...
hearts.
Yeah, you do. Man.
And is this weird?
I don't know. I mean, some people would consider it a little weird given our current circumstances and where we are. But you also don't really know what you're doing, so...
No, I don't.
And that's not a knock on you. Everybody just kind of flounders until they figure it out.
Is that a fish joke?
Flounder is also, like, you know, just a word. But yeah, it's fine. It's a fish joke, yeah.
I was. What I meant specifically, Wane, is it? When yeah, obviously it's weird timing and all that, but like you said, I don't really know what I'm doing at all. But is it weird to like more than one person?
Only if you got a stick up your ass.
I don't think I do. Right?
My God.
That should not be a question that you have to ask yourself. Do I have a stick in my ass?
She is partly plant material, so
Okay.
Yeah.
That's just a saying.
Oh, okay. I'm getting a little better about picking up on those.
Mhm.
I'm not. I'm still figuring all this stuff out. You know?
Yeah.
I'm still trying to understand my own feelings.
Yep. And
But-
again, I'm just gonna repeat that a lot of tried and true mortals have been asking themselves these same questions for a long, long time. Feelings are weird and messy and complicated, and everybody just kind of gives out advice, but really, even if you're told the right words, it's not going to make sense until you figure it out on yourself.
That
Barbarian
sucks.
once again being the most wise one in the party.
Let me check my wisdom real quick. I have a +2.
Okay.
This is a man who was raised among goblins.
Yeah.
So, does it... It doesn't bother you?
It might have bothered Giovanni when he was younger and a goblin was a proposition being like, I want to climb you.
Yeah.
Would it climb you like Mount Rushmore? What?
Like, if you know about everything about you really compared to anyone else around you, Yoko, Quiet Hearts.
Sorry, what is your question again?
I,
Are you asking? Okay, sorry. Like, are you asking if I'm dating anyone or interested in dating anyone? If that's the question, I
yeah.
just haven't really thought about it.
I mean, like, that sounds so, like, formal.
To be fair, we've been fighting devils and killer fish.
You feel like that way.
I'm not saying you're like silly for worrying about that stuff when there's devils and killer fish, but everybody's got their own different priorities.
I'm experiencing so many new things, and I
Yeah.
want to experience them.
Yeah,
I want to embrace them, Ioane.
yeah.
Is that something that you would be okay with, or would you rather not?
If you want to go on a date, we can try it out. That about cover it?
Was that easy?
But for some people.
I was expecting, like, the whole thing, like... Huh.
It could be a whole thing, again, if you have a stick up your ass.
And we've established that I don't.
Yeah.
This
So yeah,
is
maybe
slowly
we can
morphing into a Rand dating sim game.
Shut up, God!
It's that easy for some people. Skill issue.
Mm-hmm.
I would...
It very much is an extension of Ioane does not worry about things.
Yeah, Ryan's not really... Monogamy doesn't really mean anything to her.
Well, it's weird that you have, like, some idea of what to be awkward about, and sometimes you don't. I'm starting to think that, whoever Ventrok summoned, I'm starting to think they had some weird preconceptions.
That is something I've been wondering about.
Sorry, I should mute myself before laughing that hard.
No, you're good. That's something I've been wondering about.
Yeah.
Did I inherit anything from her besides, well, her body, obviously?
Well, I mean, that's what I was joking about. Maybe you inherited some really weird preconceptions. You could never know with cultists.
Yeah. He looks at Ventrok's grave. Sometimes they can surprise you.
Yep. Well, that's the funny thing, Just because you're a little weird doesn't mean you're not a person.
Well, I'm not really a person, and I don't mean that in a degrading way. Just,
in a way
You know,
that makes you feel lesser.
You know, most animals don't ever think, if only I was ever an animal. No. If you worry about that sort of thing, that means you're a person. That comes with the territory.
That's it.
Scholars and philosophers and real high-minded people have been debating and fussing about that ever since before the deluge.
Descartes, I think, therefore I am.
Yeah, they come up with, like, those weird thought experiments that really go nowhere and just make them real depressed.
Hey. Well, back
It's
at
coming
the
for all of us, I guess.
back at the turtle, Delson pokes their head in the butt. Was like, "Should we go check on them? They've been gone for a while."
Oh, they're probably fine. They're visiting a grave site, so I don't want to rush them by any means.
Understandable.
But on the other hand, how long can Ione hold his breath? Oh no, he has the necklace, right?
Yeah, he just got it.
I forgot about the necklace already. I was sitting there like, is he gonna start drowning sometime soon? Or like,
I'm just sitting here making checks and be like, "Okay, any second now."
He has the lungs that could steal air out of into the sails of a galleon. His lungs are the size of goblins.
Now I was going to say, you have been threatened by a goblin like ruffian who is like, "I'm going to turn your lungs into a sleeping bag."
Oh my god.
It's funny, I turned him into paste.
Oh.
He didn't. He's not telling you that.
Yeah.
So, anyways,
Yeah.
Just be real wise when you're insulting somebody who you could fit underneath the boot of.
Could I fit? I think I could fit under your boot.
No. I mean, like, goblins could be, like, real tiny. They're not that small.
hey, Ryoko,
Yeah?
how much drug were you expecting?
Enough to get Rayan really high.
Just
we'll
Rayan?
have to find enough for another batch.
I'm sorry, but there's only enough for one batch per person. I'd love for us all to get high together, but
Also, I have to tailor make the dreams.
yeah, that's why.
That's
Yeah, I'm not. That's why I'm not taking the drugs, because that's more work for the game master.
No, it's fine. I'm just saying it will be, a little more improvisational. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying,
Mm.
It takes time
That's
to
fair.
get dreams.
That's fair.
Give me
Also,
time.
the real question would be, will Rayan use the dream harvester or allow that to record what she sees?
I've been thinking about that.
But
We'll find out.
and so,
Yeah, he's just gonna start walking back.
Yeah, as will Rain.
okay.
She's kind of stuck pink at the moment.
And so you both return with Rayan just vibrantly pink.
Okay.
And you'll resume heading back. And okay, now we're back on course with the plan, right? Where you start heading in, and you see some of the people swimming around are on their like boats, because there are a couple of like canoes and rafts that they use when tending to the kelp farm they have, and the livestock they have. So you're noticed as you come in, and you can hear them up above, alerting the rest of the Rondo village to your approach. Then you see the crane being lifted, or the lift being lowered by the crane, so you can slide the turtle up onto it. Delsum is guided. Marlene, actually, no, it'd be her husband, Arid, the Beindorf man, who shows Delsum where he can keep his shark. And it's one of the sharks where they don't have to keep swimming to breathe. They can, just kind of chill out if they want. So he joins you on the lift as you all start being elevated up to the top, and when you get to the top, you're greeted by. I should know her name already. It's the. Why am I blanking on the leader, Matilda?
Mhm.
Jesus, I don't know why I blanked on her name. You're greeted by Matilda and Anchor. Oh, welcome back. Wasn't sure if you would return before tomorrow.
Yeah, it was eventful.
And she gives a polite little bow to Dawson and goes, "Welcome back, Dawson." And goes, "Yeah,
You're
thank
kind
you."
of muffled, Sarah.
Oh, sorry, I was kind of stretching the mic up. Um, good, good to see you, Dawson. And he goes, "It's good. Thank you for your welcome." And I suppose I am known as Speaker Delson now for the Broodmother. Speaker Delson goes, and he kind of shrugs and goes, "I've never had a title before." So she kind of laughs and goes, "That's fine." Then she looks and goes, "So I take it things went well?" Looking to
I'll
the
let
group.
someone else
Oh,
speak.
that's another thing. Yes, things went well. Negotiated trade routes. Got some arrowheads to build later tomorrow for some fun little arrows for the pirates. And we
Not a
helped
few
them
more
out.
horrible things that were threatening the island.
Yeah, we just took care of more horrible things threatening the island. So about our usual.
They
And Anchor gives a laugh at that.
they said
What was that, Corona?
they would keep on a lookout for the pirate ships when they arrive. They weren't sure if they would be able to send any help because they have been depleted.
Well, understandable. And she looks at Delson. Even just having an early warning would help save lives. So, of course, thank you. And he nods and he kind of goes and goes, "We also, as they said, we have some of these." And he starts like gesturing to like someone to help him unload the bundles. There's, uh, throwing javelins, and shark teeth.
Yeah, I'll help them with the bundles.
So, um, Matilda and Anchor are both seem to be pleased by that. And we go, "Well then, with that taken care of, rest up. Tomorrow is when we really start making sure. Tomorrow is when you get to join us in the hard work." She kind of chuckles. "Oh, and tomorrow, if some of you don't mind lending a help, uh, Vathal will finally be joining to complete, and I think everyone would feel safer, her included, if at least one of you was there to keep her, uh, at least chaperone her, perhaps."
Yeah, it was my idea. I just said I'd watch out for her.
Excellent.
I'll 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 help.
I can help that.
Okay. No, don't everyone volunteer for that weekend, guys. We have plenty of stuff to go
Yeah.
around. And she kind of chuckles.
Yeah.
Well,
But the other reason I volunteer is because, carpentry gonna need me for the heavy lifting.
yep.
And I can get some passive assistance
All right.
going on.
Let's get it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, yeah, there will be things everyone can do tomorrow, but she goes, "Well, other than that, just rest up. Make sure uh, your huts are stashed up, or your Yeah, she was a hut. Your huts are stashed up pretty well because she glances up. And as you return, you weren't really able to keep track of the weather, but it has become fairly overcast, and there is that distant like ozone smell of the thunderstorm rolling in from the distance.
Oh, there's a storm coming.
I mean, that's actually what the D8 rule was for. The dolphins were going to happen anyways. I was like, oh yeah, weather.
Oh,
Oh no, a
looks like
storm's coming.
you. Yeah, it looks like your weather's coming, Corano.
So Matilda and Anchor excused themselves, unless anyone wanted to speak further with them. Delson's going to walk off with them and discuss a little bit more,
Okay.
you know, inner village politics, really. So you don't have to stick around unless you really wanted to make me role play two sides of a political discussion.
I am good to go.
We'll spare you that horror.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be like a political disagreement, but it's more like, okay, so this is what we might be able to do in the future for like trade things. It's just like, don't make me improv that.
No, that's good. That's fine.
Oh, you're good.
Nope. You have the evening to yourself, and if you have any discussions you wanted to do, or just fast forward to tomorrow.
I don't got nothing.
Yeah, I don't have anything specific.
I'm good for fast forward if everybody else is.
At this point, yeah.
Here. So, although someone does have to bring Jarrus the tools.
Oh yeah.
We can drop those off.
Yeah, we can do that.
And actually, he wouldn't be that far. Actually, this would be like right after. He'd be like, "So, how to do with how the extra cavalry do?" Is he just you turn around and he didn't even like start greeting you. He was just there like inspecting the tortoise.
Works
Found
pretty
exactly
well.
what you were looking for.
Wait, what?
Just hands over the bag of tools.
His already kind of large Triton fish eyes go even wider. Goes, wait, you found my actual toolkit? And he sets it down and pops it over. And goes, oh shit, everything's still here. What? How? And he kind of like
Concord,
looks.
right?
Yeah, that was the ship I was on. How?
Yeah, Ryoko is the one who found it. I just lifted it.
Did you
Yeah.
get? I'm
I
amazed.
don't think they were able to find it because it was really heavy.
Yeah, it was kind of buried a little bit.
It did help you out a lot, right?
Yeah, and he kind of like lifts up. He's like scraping off the silt. He goes, I mean, some of the silt that did get into the box, but it was pretty sealed tight. He goes, I mean, I don't even have to fix these up really. They just need some cleaning, and I'd be able to get right back to work using them, tonight
Oh,
even.
and also your glasses. She holds them up. She's prestidigitation to them.
Oh, these aren't mine.
What?
I mean, if you're not gonna, and he kind of looks. He's like, nice. He's like, oh, is this in shit? Oh, all right. He's like, he's like, oh, this might be magic. Oh, okay. Yes. I.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
they might be good for you. Okay, what are they called? Eyes of Minute Seeing.
Yeah. They're a DMG item.
Well,
I could just.
these actually. Hold on, let me.
Actually.
This
Oh, here I can do this. I can.
they can. These could help you. But they're not yours.
And he's like looking at him. He goes, I mean, they they would be helpful for what I do, definitely, if they're what I think they are. He kind of looks it over. Oh yeah, these would be really helpful. He kind of like puts them on and starts looking over his stuff. Giving once over, he's like, before taking them off and handing them back. Goes, I mean, yeah, they're not mine. It might have been someone else on the boat, but they're decently common for engineers of the, from where I come from. We do a lot of Magitech work, so those are very useful. I mean, I definitely find use for them. Pizlop would find use for them, or, and he looks to you, Ryoko. I'm sure someone like you would find use for that and cracking locks. Be able to look into the tumblers a little bit easier.
Ryoko smiles wickedly, thinking about all the extra money she's going to be able to get. Yes. Yes, that'd be very useful.
Now, like,
aren't you a fancy type? Can't you like make copies of this or whatever?
yeah, I was just about to say that. If you don't mind lending it to me for a bit, I can, write down the designs of it and get a feel for it, so I can replicate them on my own time later.
Sure.
Oh, you get
Yeah.
one. She
'Cause
gets
I'm
one.
pretty
She gets one.
Because I think you did that with the face spider goggles.
Did we?
It was either him or Tama. It was some other. It was some item. I can't remember if it was the goggles, but you did give something to. You did let him look over something so he would be able to replicate it later.
I think it was the goggles.
Yeah. Yeah, it was the goggles. But yeah, he is very excited, and thanks to literally finding his masterwork tools, checks for him are going to be much easier, and he's going to be able to provide much better equipment, updates for Magitech related things. So, good thing you had that natural 20.
Yeah, damn. Good job, Ryoko.
Thanks. Sound pretty cool.
Damn.
Puts the glasses on.
Are you actually like letting a compliment go without arguing?
I'm allowed.
Yeah, no, that's good. I'm just surprised.
Right, did you take the glasses, Ryoko?
Yes.
Well, I mean,
Unless he wants to make a copy, in which case make a copy.
Oh, yeah, it's just, I just had this funny image of Ryoko with both the goggles and the glasses on at the same time. It's like, yep, I'm pretty cool. But yeah, he'd be able to, look him over for the night and hand him back. So,
yeah. Okay, I'm gonna. I think it's time to lay down.
okay. So,
Unless there's anything else we need to do before day's over.
Nope. Just get prepared for tomorrow night when you do some hard drugs.
I don't like how much you're hitting on the hard drug part.
Don't worry about it.
See, when you say that, I do worry about it.
It's not addictive.
Submerged.
What?
It's not addictive.
Oh,
What do you think I said?
I thought you said it's not a dick joke. I'm so confused.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely isn't.
No. Yeah, honk shoe time.
Okay. And as you start going to bed, the storm starts to roll in. And do you have the Dream Harvester out?
Yeah.
Okay. Now let me And so just everyone okay with just going to bed? Or...
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see that Quiet Hearts is back in the corner rather than a bed, tonight.
Oh.
Still with the armor on?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh,
Oh.
dressing.
It's not been a good day.
Fuck it. Ryan's going to sit next to them.
And it all snowballs from Venture giving a beetle to Ran.
I mean, to be fair, Quiet Hearts' stuff is unrelated.
Oh, by the way, you would be able to take the time to re-summon her at any point during the night if you wanted.
Yes. Give me back my baby girl.
Yeah.
In fact, we started with the ooze child. Quiet
What?
Hearts anyways. Started with the living tar pit.
Yeah.
That was the first trigger.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yes.
But yeah, I'm gonna resummon Ventra. Fucking, as soon as she's back, Rayan grabs her
Squeaky toy noise.
and just pulls her close and just does not let go for the entire night.
She accepts it. She's just glad
But
to be back.
she will pull some blankets and stuff over and sit next to Quiet Heart.
No. You seem to appreciate it as much as you can read to the armor.
Yeah, she's not trying to make you move because
Yeah,
but she's
I get you.
she's doing like Quiet Heart does.
And from sad corner to cuddle corner. I get you.
What?
Went from sad corner to cuddle corner. I get you.
Yes.
Okay. So, all of you go eventually drift off to the sound of the thunder and the rain. It's a pretty heavy storm, but the village has, they've lived here long enough that only thing really more than like a serious hurricane can really, not to get too tropical, can really like worry them. But the a couple of times you might be woken up in the night due to a loud crack of thunder, like right above that almost seems to rattle your teeth. Rattle the bones. But other
Toronto
than
seems
that,
like a baby.
Mm-hmm. I do.
yeah, other than that, it's a peaceful night, and eventually morning comes, and you wake up. The storm passing. It's still like a light rain at the moment when it's like a gray morning. But off in the distance, you do see like off to the east, you do see like some distant beams of light. So it looks like the rain, the whatever storm front this is passing. But as you wake up, you see the Dream Harvester once again spinning with a few, with that like trapped little mode of light that seems to flicker in and out.
Let's take a look.
And when you reach out to still the circles, Corano,
Mm-hmm.
what kind of pleasant dream would have Corano had during a very heavy storm? Like, a memory or like a fantasy. It's just dice were kind. Corano had a very pleasant dream.
Yeah, I mean, it would be from her point of view, flying in a storm, basically. Lightning flashing all around her and thunder rumbling through her bones, but you feel it the way that Corano feels it, so...
Yeah, and it's almost more of an ambient thing for a while there, where it's like you feel the it's not as intense, but that ambient rumble of thunder, that bassy feeling, and the flash of lightning, because it's a fairly simple illusion, but it's still very, Corona, you feel that emotional connection to it. And there is a detail that you notice now in the waking that perhaps you didn't in the weird dream state that is, not our dreams. As multiple times as you're sailing through the sky, you see in the flashes of lightning, almost like silhouetted, a serpentine figure or form with these large wings just kind of keeping pace with you in the storm, distant but present.
Oh,
Noodle dancing.
Noodle dancing. So now you know how she feels when she's in a storm.
that looks really nice, Toronto.
Flying wingman to a god. Or god flying wingman to you.
Whoever said it's tough to be a god, Lekrak disagrees.
And kind of like the night before, there's almost like a secondary, like an afterthought of this little black mote tumbles out. And once again, there's no visual. It's just like a solitary not a grasshopper, like a cricket chirping in the distance. It's just like lasts for like a few seconds. It's just like, okay, where do we keep getting cricket dreams from?
Cricket dreams.
That's weird.
But other than that, the dream harvester seems to be empty and then starts its slow rotation.
That's weird, right?
The cricket dreams, yes.
That's what happens when you take the Jiminy Cricket drugs. Cricket dreams.
But no one's taking them.
Ventra gets shifty-eyed.
Ventra was unable to move all night.
Yeah. You let her go, and it's like, someone with bedhead, but it's like the impression of your grip on her feathers. She poofs out and preens herself, but normalcy. But yeah. Mornings come. The seagulls are squawking, apparently. You hear the sound of people, the village waking up. Smell the breakfast already being cooked.
So, off to breakfast then?
So, is there any discussions people want to have before that, or should we get into the nitty gritty?
I'm good to go.
I say nitty gritty.
I'm always good for the nitty gritty.
Yeah, we're good.
I like knits and grits.
What was that, Raven?
Raven said he was good, I believe.
So,
No,
yeah,
Rayan.
we're good. Oh.
Nora, sorry. I said Rayan. Sorry, that's
no,
my
I was
something.
just saying that I'm good. I'm ready to go.
I'm
Okay.
surprised it's the first time people have misheard Rayan as Raven or vice versa.
I mean, they're pretty close.
I know.
Yeah.
I said I'm surprised it's the first time. Is what I meant. That's what I said.
Yeah, there's only a single variable in there that makes it different. The flying V.
Join me, Raven.
So for the preparation, preparing for pirate attack, each day you get to decide where you're going to focus your attentions. There's various projects you can take, like, Amon and Ryoko, you've been doing your fletching and poison making. Like, you can do that for a day, keep making that up, or their specialty things like Corona, you did the scouting to really map the land for where to go.
Mm-hmm.
There's stuff like that you can do where it's multi-stage stuff where it's now that you've planned that, map that out, now you can talk with someone like Susanna the Hunter to start preparing traps, or you and Ryoka could work on that for a day, stuff like that. Or there's multi-day stuff like the carpentry, where it's going to be setting up logging crews, going around, build, treating the getting the wood cut to size and stuff like that, and starting to build things. Those will be like multi-day projects where those will continue to be worked on with the other kind of like mechanic is there are work crews. And actually, it seems that you don't have to travel over to the moon skill, because when you woke up, you see that in not as you're getting prepared during the morning, having your breakfast and discussing with some of the villagers, you see a small boat, a recognizable boat, pull into the inlet as you see the moon scale show up with it seems they had been planning to show up with their own little workforce, because you have, thanks to getting their aid, let me get them to the, let's see, where oh wait, okay, so you have work crews of 20 people. With both villages combined, you have a total of 4 work crews. Because without the moon scale's help, dedication to it, without securing that, Rhonda would have only been able to provide, dedicated workers of, 2 groups, about 40 people. So you get to help, as, I'm not saying you have to discuss this with Matilda. I'm just saying you as the players get to decide where we assign these work groups. And so you can assign a work crew to attend to the logging, and the carpentry stuff, which if you so they'll start automatically doing it. But if you have someone helping, like Ioane wants to, that will help speed things up. Work crews can work independently, but they will benefit if you have a player helping them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I get you.
And so stuff like that. And there's for today, one of the big things will be actually getting like a good supply of lumber before because you need lumber before you can do projects like building a palisade or building the watchtowers. Or like you can dispatch a work crew to go head across the island to start collecting supplies from both, actually the lizard folk would be able to get Tama's help, but pick up his stuff. But you could dispatch a work crew that will work on extracting the tar and stuff. So I should. But you all had separate stuff that you wanted to do, right?
First day was Ioane wanted to work with the carpeting.
Yeah. So that will definitely help. Ioane's physical strength will definitely help with speeding up getting the, raw materials. Because that was also part of the thing is you're going to clear cut some of the, this is just part of it. You're going to clear cut some of the trees away from where the palisade will go. Just typical defensive planning.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay.
and also that was another thing. There will be days where you have to. This will specifically require people like Amon and possibly Ryoko and training people on how to use weaponry. I almost included Quiet Hearts, but Anchor remembered how they reacted when he suggested that previously.
No one went to get the nut-bladed whip, so they can't train properly.
Jesus.
So, yeah. So you're doing that. Who's doing what else? Or wants to do something else?
I am training people to kill. It's the
I
one
would-
thing I've got expertise in.
If we're gonna do that, yeah, I would say Amon probably help tag team that and training people how to fight.
We're going full Mulan on these fuckers. Let's get down to business, bitches.
Darkness.
Also that. It's the same training montage. One just has catchier music.
Yeah.
I'll help finding the best kind of lumber that people can get really easy from the air, if that makes sense.
Okay.
I'm working with you on my main contribution is going to be getting Unseen Servant to do a lot of the mindless tasks.
Okay. Actually, you know what? You know what? Your unseen servant might be actually really useful in helping Jarrus is cleaning up the tools, the damaged ones.
Oh yeah, I mean I can keep doing it, so I can have them do that, and then when they're done there, I can have them do something else.
Yeah. So you would be kind of like doing the miscellaneous, to help fill in kind of thing, where you would just be like, you need an extra hand somewhere here or there. Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So, and Corona, you're going out and helping with planning the clear cutting.
Yeah, where to take from and.
Yeah. And Ryan, you're pretty sure that the sapling that's out of range of where they were planning to cut.
Okay, good.
Although that might be why you're also hanging out with them.
What was that last part?
That's probably why you also joined them. Make sure they don't trample the sapling.
Yeah.
So, let's see. Because the workers will also be kind of counted as like the militia. But, training the militia, that's just preparing the nebulous people of the village. So it's not like you're assigning a work crew specifically for that. Although I should have made a little more strict rules for this, but it's fine.
It's fine. We're winging it.
I guess you said there was like a contingent going to the tar pits.
Oh yeah, you can send someone to go that way.
I guess Quiet Hearts would go with them since they feel like they're useless everywhere else.
Oh.
And they have a rapport with you's child.
Oh yeah, that's actually probably a good idea. So because that would be one of the moon scale groups because they can travel faster. Yeah, I'd say it wouldn't take too long. It would take the whole day to get there and back, but probably take 2 days, honestly, with the size of the island. But fine, we're in fast forward mode.
Also,
Plus,
just teaching people how to interact with it.
Yeah. Also, honestly, before you all split up, Corona, you could cast Windwalk on everybody. So, like, when you're done, you can just like regroup.
Zip back.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Because the Moonscale wouldn't have a problem, walking back themselves. It's more like you're really there to be the negotiator. And you would note that the Moonscale would be helpful because you remember the Awakened Iridescent said that it would be helpful if you brought food to appease the tar drake.
Right. And they're good hunters.
Yep. And so, yeah, Amon and Ryoko, you are training. Amon, you're training them on like how, a variety of weapons, like spears and stuff that people are really gonna have to rely on because honestly, spears are probably some of the simplest and best weapons you can make in this situation. Not gonna require a lot of metal or even metal if you use like stone spear tips.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Ryoko, you're teaching them because knives are fairly ubiquitous. So you're teaching them how to use a knife in a more fighting fashion rather than as a tool for cooking or cleaning.
A lot of it is emphasizing the ability of throwing knives, since we do have a lot of them. And that way you can stay out of the business.
Yeah.
And then also talking about weak spots, the perfect areas to gut somebody or slash a tendon or artery.
And you will both notice that due to the just nature of perhaps the people that fall into a smuggling lifestyle, um, there are actually a decent number of former pirates who have do seem to remember, but they're like sloppy or out of practice. So there are some people who actually pick it up faster than the others. Maybe a little concerningly, but whatever. Run a village is new beginnings. So,
Are you
um,
you creating the monster vehicle?
what the fuck?
Do you require rolls?
Sorry, I just
Require
thought of a
additional
park.
pylons?
We're not Protoss. Sorry, no, I just looked over at junk posting and saw the Kark. Anyways, so who wants to roll first for their things? Each roll will be a little bit different.
All right, boss. When are you having me roll?
Um, for you, I would say you can either do not an acrobatics, that wouldn't make sense, an athletics, or a constitution for like a constitution save to be like to power through it. Like one is relying more on your like brute strength, the other is more on your stamina to just be a workhorse.
May I have assistance from Rayon?
Indeed.
You know what? I would say because Rand's helping out, that would be one of the ways that you could be one of the few ways you can get assistance. Although, damn. 25. Nice. So
It's a good thing I got that advantage.
yeah. And you actually have I think you have the Festerwood Logger axe.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
So that actually does help, with it's not great for like going because it's a hand axe. It's not that great for going after, the trunk of a tree. You have to use a proper axe or a saw for those.
Mhm.
But that it does help with like trimming off branches it's makes it very easy. Although honestly with your brute strength it'd be very easy. So it's just you are Vato is like honestly so impressed, and she goes, "You said you're a butcher of sea beasts, but you seem to be a butcher of trees just as well. Damn."
You know,
It's big,
trees are
it's thick,
probably-
it's alive. Same difference, really.
I imagine felling a tree is easier than felling a sea beast.
Oh, they don't squirm as much.
Well, now I need to throw a tree at you sometime.
The way you worded that has given me a slight concern.
So you are
Well,
able
let's just
to.
say that sometimes when they bring something into the slaughter harbor, it's not quite all the way dead.
Or not everything inside it is completely dead.
Yeah.
Big things get big parasites.
I didn't ask for more details, but you gave them to me anyway.
I mean, isn't that thing a parasite? And he points out to Ventra.
Ray grabs her and like
Squeaky toy noise. Yeah, when you squeeze her, like grab her, it's not like I know you're not like super squeezing her, but her tongue just does like dart out for a second like a squeaky toy. A little stress toy.
Ventra's well behaved.
Yeah. I didn't indicate otherwise.
He's a well-made parasite.
I reached into my gut and pulled out a parasite.
When you put it that way.
Yeah, I kind of regret putting it that way.
So,
See, it's your
but
fault now.
yeah, you are able to, at Vatho's guidance, stockpile of, clear a large amount of trees that over the next few days will be processed into proper lumber.
Woo.
Excellent. And this tickles me especially because one of the short stories that was essentially the foundational inspirational text for Ioane as a character, that was a big character, and honestly, his most impressive feats were just cutting down a bunch of wood.
Oh.
It wasn't the armies he felled, it's just the armies were scared shitless because this man can chop down forests.
People fear the mighty lumberjack.
Yeah, there was a particular line, a particular sentence. He only ever killed one person, and it horrified him deeply, and the sentence went something like, he found out humans are not as sturdy as trees.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh. Hmm.
So, yeah, that's your day. Who wants to go next?
Sure.
Oh, also, I guess, Carlo, that would have been you helping as well.
Did you want me to roll for for anything? Or
I'm grateful for the assistance.
You know what? You could, because you're flying around. Just do a perception for fun.
okay.
Might be able to spot something. Who knows? 20. Okay. As you're flying around, there is a moment where you like perch on a tree as you're like judging whether or not it's good for, probably good for lumber. It's because some trees, you're trying to find a tree that would be good, tall and straight, and it's a jungle. Some of them might get a little twisty. So you're judging it, and there's a whoo, whoo, as you kind of look over, and it looks like you landing on the branch disturbed what looks to be an owl that's sleepily blinking at you in like annoyance.
Hey, what the fuck?
And it kind of stands up like doing a stretch, and you realize it's got these rather long legs.
It's Dimly.
Eat him before he becomes a problem.
Don't
That's
tell
Across
It's
me.
just-
universes, he has found you.
It just looks like an owl that's like fluffing up and like stretching because it got woken up, and it looks like it's getting ready to fly off.
It's fine. It can fly off. Don't. But you shouldn't tempt me with things like that, Raven, because Toronto has already been shown that she will just put things in her mouth.
Yeah. And you see it like flutter off and hops to a lower branch and then down to the ground and starts walking off on those like weirdly long legs that jungle or island owls get.
What a strange little freak.
I'd say that you part of the success in harvesting a good supply was you picking out the good the ones that would provide both good lumber and the ones where clearing them, their canopy actually now provides a larger line of sight for anything that might be approaching. So,
Okay.
sorry, who is next?
So I can go next.
Okay. So since you already have a rapport with the awakened iridescence, I'd say, let's do like a persuasion check. With advantage.
Oh, because the good skill are helping? Or because it intimidated the fuck out of him last time?
Kind of both, because, you have the previous rapport, and yeah, you did kind of intimidate it, so it knows it's going to behave itself.
15.
Okay. Yeah, and, it bubbles, when you approach there, you don't see anything, but then as you kind of stand on the shore of it, you approach by yourself, I assume.
At first, yes.
And the tar pit still, except for the occasional bubble that naturally seems to occur. But eventually, you do see the shifting colors across the surface that always seem to be present. They kind of bulge up, and you see the little pseudopod kind of reach up, and it goes, "Oh, hey, you're back!"
Hello.
And then because your passive perception is so high, that's when you notice that far from behind it, you can see just a ripple beneath the surface, and you get the tar drake is actually very close.
Mm-hmm. They don't show any, fear towards the use of the tar drake. And just to speak, hello. Remember when I brought up the idea of the Islanders possibly helping you and you helping them? Trade, yes?
Yeah.
Here are some of the Islanders, and they're going to motion for the moon scale to move closer.
Oh.
These are the moon scale. They live on the other side of the island. They are a lizard folk tribe.
And some of the moon scale, when you indicate them, like one of them gives a little wave, and the pseudopod gives a little wave back.
Aw.
And goes, okay. And it points off to one of the side pools. It goes, go for that one.
Go for what one?
It points to one of the side pools. It goes, go for that one. They go, he's sleeping. He's in this one. So he's not in that one. So it's safer to go for that one.
Okay.
Oh.
I'll keep him here.
And we will provide food for the drake.
Oh, that will make him happy. And the moon scale they bring for like 2 of the jungle deer that they captured while in transit, and when they step back, the iridescence, you see the little mounds suddenly get lifted up as the tar drake emerges, and the iridescence seems to be now plopped on its head and just oozing among the horns as the drake goes over and starts just chowing down on these deer, very much like you would see a Komodo, take gulping down large things.
Right. So Carterhurst would probably have explained to the moon scale that the ooze is very childlike, and you have to explain things from the bottom up as you would a child.
And they seem to they not an understanding. A few of them have had to deal with the pixies in kind of a similar fashion.
Gotcha. And then they just kind of oversee whatever magical trade the moon scale have.
And they use these long-handled. It looks like they just attached bowls at the end of long handles, and they start scooping piles, large globs of the tar and pouring it into barrels. And as they pour it, you can see in the sunlight it does, because the clouds have cleared up by the time to get across the island. So it's cloud dappled sky, but just seeing the tar in the sunlight as it's being poured, it's that oil slick iridescence, but 100 times more than you would expect tar to have. Whatever influence the iridescence has had on it, the awakened iridescence has had on it.
Mm-hmm.
And so that is one task complete.
Yay.
So now that you have helped them do that, they know to when next time they need a resupply, they know to bring both sides know what to expect. So while you can go to help facilitate next time, it will safely continue.
Okay. They probably won't go the next time, but they may join the time after that.
Yeah, because as you're there, the iridescence, it seems to, it happily talks to you. It very much like a kid. It just talks about like, oh, there were these really colorful birds that came by. They had a pretty song, and just chattering away about their day. They seem to like you.
Warlords listens, not exactly enraptured, but like they're clearly listening and nodding, and they don't interrupt the use, which is impressive considering it fucking motor mouth. Yeah, they just interact and listen.
Okay, so the tar pits have and whenever you want to go back. Marching across the island, that probably took up a good chunk of the windwalk duration because it's an 8-hour duration, I think. But you'd still have enough time if the mood scale wouldn't be offended if you zipped on ahead.
When they're starting to like wrap up things, Pride Hearts will basically say farewells and pop off.
Okay. And you have enough time that if you wanted to, like visit anywhere else, but or just head right back. But let's see.
I'll just go back. I don't think there's.
Okay.
They may stop by and just for a quick hello with the pixies and then head back, but like not a huge thing. Just
okay. Yeah, and the pixies are excited to see you. Your little pixie friend. They seem a little spooked by this cloud that descends before re-solidifying in you, and that seems to gain their attention. It's like, whoa! Oh wait, Rayan's the one who speaks Sylvan.
Oh no! Yeah, Ray's the one who was translating.
They're still excited to see, and they seem like, impressed by it.
They seem to know common, so quite also explain it's it's an item they found, and it's helping the party move across the island. And they'll give a very brief overview of what's going on, and then probably leave after some, hey, how are yous, and
you see the most of the pixies, their attention spans are too flighty to really pay attention. But you're the one pixie that you've bonded with. They're there the whole time, and they seem to understand what you're talking about. But when it's time to leave, the pixies do become a little more animated and start zipping in and through. It's a weird feeling having something fly through you, but then you hear that little fey giggling and almost sounds like insect chittering because they're just zipping through and they follow you for a time as you fly up, but you have a fly speed of 300 and you can only dash in a turn. They're not going to be able to keep up with you, but they you fly with them a bit before they don't go too far from above the canopy. So
yeah, I get you.
Your cloud sparkles a little bit for a while with the residual pixie dust that got caught in you. But
right, if they had a mouse and they reformed, they'd be coughing up fucking glitter.
It's like you have to get rid of it through like eye crust. Glittery eye crust. Anyways, I think that just leaves for the day the militia training.
You're rolling for that.
I think Amon, I could see the argument. You could either do athletics or a persuasion. Not Would it? Because I figure you would be able to like argue for charisma for your role. I think persuasion wouldn't be viable for you're like helping guide people on how to like fight with proper weapons.
Both athletics and persuasion are in the skill house and are at the same number. So it's just really, do you want it to be physical demonstrations?
It's your choice on either of those. While Ryoko, I would say that a dexterity check with advantage because you're teaching them how to.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Can I just make it like an acrobatics check?
Hmm, you know.
You know what? I think it fits. Ryoko does not like. She
Yeah,
has a hard time talking with us, let alone a crowd.
It's
yeah.
mostly just me
I think
telling them that they're all gonna die before the winter.
yeah. It's a rough start. People get a little frustrated with you, but Amon, you're able to kind of salvage the day in with that 23, and you get people motivated, and they seem to grasp better the concept of working in as a group to fight, like how to like using because well actually how would Amon teach them?
So it would be within the kind of a thing that almost everybody here at one point or another in their lives was either a sailor, a pirate, or somebody in that kind of a nature. So all of them, with especially how dangerous the seas are with the undead popping out every now and again, are probably fairly used so some degree of a sword. So it's a lot of refining and teaching of, hey, here's better general blocking, here's how you attack better, here's how you keep people on your feet, and you make sure that you're on top of it, and here's what happens when you're not on top of it. And that's what he would cover, because for the most part, up until we showed up on the island, there were giant robber flies, there was a giant seabird, sea things came out and kidnapped people in the middle of the night. So,
Oh god, I'm just thinking about you go to the grove with all the tiefling children who are training with the swords, and you just have the option to tell them you're all going to die. That's just what Yoko does. Most of you will not survive this.
Christ.
But so yeah, you're able to impress them that upon them, and Anchor is there helping as well. So you know, he's his style of fighting was more he was a former soldier turned kind of bodyguard.
Mhm.
So he had some, you know, military training because all Warforged do, honestly. But yeah, you were able to really connect with people and start showing them how to properly fight.
yeah. Own what's there and not try to be like, okay, I need to shove in months and years of military training into your brains and confuse you.
So the day comes and goes. You all start to regroup. Quiet Hearts zips in. Um, yes, you would be correct, Easy. They were forged for war.
I am so smart.
I mean, the Marasians were like, "Oh fuck, we pissed off the dragons real bad. We need to up our game." Yeah, Marisia and the dynasties do not have a peaceful history. But we'll get into that later.
At least it wasn't the Dragon Bug Wars.
Dragon Bug Wars.
Yeah, the I think we discussed once the rivalry between the Thrycreen and the dragons.
Oh, duh, that's right, pre-deluge. Yes. Um. mhm,
Be fair, dragons don't get along with many people.
Yeah. Uh. They get along well with Gerdinians.
You, wingless dragon, attend me.
Um. Oh, what's that post, Nora? You posted that Twitter thing where it's like dragons presenting their kobolds. That
Oh,
is
yeah.
some draconic houses with their kobold retainers.
Hold them up and I'll grab it.
But
Just imagining dragons showing off rare kobolds like trading cards.
well, like Grace said, they probably trained or domesticated tiny elephants. Or was it you who said that, DZ?
Yes.
Yes. I just associate Gray with elephants.
That's
Here you
fair.
go.
There are many things to be known for, and elephants are not the worst.
Yeah,
you,
like that.
you are the embodiment of the one dude who reviewed everything. Just get to elephants. Hell yeah!
Hell
5 stars.
So evening comes, dinner time. You're all, you know, tired uh, in your own ways. Some, physically, some a little mentally, and Ryoko in her frustration with her class. But yeah, a first day complete.
Woo! Now I get to do hard drugs.
And yeah, during the day, one of the moon scale who arrived, actually, Utroth, he would have been there too. Um, uh, he would have shown up and like he goes, not like a shady drug dealer. He goes, "Oh yes, I was told to transport this by my mother." And he hands you the little packet, like a little leather pouch.
That's you, Ryoko.
Thank you very much.
He nods and then he looks. He like lays a hand on your shoulder, Ray, and he goes, "The Void Mother has many things to show you. You have to be open to it."
I am.
And he gives you like a reassuring pat on the shoulder before he goes and off to do his own thing. So, anything any of you wanted to do before turning in and Rayan has a trip?
I'm good.
Can't think of anything.
Let's have trip.
Now, are you going to have the Dream Harvester up?
Ooh,
You have to decide before, not after.
no.
Okay.
You know
So
what?
Yeah, this is between
What?
you and my god, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, you to basically shield it. You just put it into the bag of holding. Hand it off to Amon.
Let's do this.
Quick question while I've got you here, though. I noticed the seed was missing from the bag of holding. Would you have any
What?
ideas about that? The seed. Found it in the vault.
We never put that in the bag of holding.
No, I'm pretty you transported it out of the Avalos lair in the bag of holding, but then you identified it. Yeah, I don't know if you ever put it back.
The point stands. There may
Did I
be
ever
a
get
thief
that back?
among us.
Oh well. Anyway, no, I planted it.
Yeah, this would be the first that everyone except Quiet Hearts would have heard this.
Yeah,
'cause it's
she's not
hut.
like Victor her. She's like, oh yeah, that's all.
Okay, did you find out what it was?
Yeah, I identified it. Remember?
No.
I thought all you said
Oh.
is that it will grow into something. It didn't tell you what.
Yeah,
I don't. Actually, did you tell what you learned from Marlene? That's actually a good question. I don't know if you had everybody.
I thought you kept that secret.
She has. We must all stare at her pointedly.
It's been a couple of months since that happened, so I don't know actually.
It's been a while. Yeah. Rayan if you ever like didn't really think of the she did not plant the sapling with the intent of being like sneaky about it. She was just like, "Oh, I'll plant this. This could be helpful."
Yeah, so she
So
just
like,
didn't think to tell really
yeah,
anybody
yeah.
until quite hard.
It was like she should have, but like she was just like, "Oh yeah, I'll do this. This will be helpful."
Is that what she's telling Amon?
Oh yeah, no, she says to Amon, "Oh yeah, I planted it. I thought that the whatever it grew into could be helpful."
The tree and Kool-Aid Man's through the wall.
Sitting here, Han's like, she can't do it again, so do I let her know that's a potentially dangerous situation? Nah, it's probably fine.
And then we all died.
Well,
my word, you could have planted one of them people-eating trees.
See,
well, my out-of-character worry is, specifically, we've had mentions of an entire civilization that's built out of a gigantic magical hollow tree that stands into the water, and that's where all the ettercaps come from in the elves.
Well, it's not like a Yggdrasil situation. It's called the Tangle because it's literally massive trees that impossibly twist and coil into a giant tangled knot of tree trunks.
Yeah, it was
it's like the ancient forest from Monster Hunter World, except an entire fucking island.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the more impressive sights, and
yeah, I don't know what exactly it's going to turn into. Hopefully a boat. That would be the most ideal, I think. But right now, we won't know until it's done.
Ryan, okay. I just want to make sure that you're aware, Ray, on this one, Ryan. You don't grow most boats.
No, but
there's a few steps in between those, between the plant a seed and get a boat phases.
She pauses. For like a fraction of a second, I was going to be insulted, but then I thought about it, and no, that's a fair thing to bring up.
Okay.
No, remember when these seeds were used to grow, giant trees. Sometimes to make weapons, sometimes just for a house, sometimes for like a boat or something. So, I thought that could be useful.
Okay.
Should I not have?
No, I mean, not necessarily. Just, we've been so busy, I hadn't had a whole lot of time to think about it, and you bringing that magic item was like, oh, hey.
Right, there was a one little detail that you did get from the Chromaticon when you looked it up.
Oh.
And this was like specifically after you had planted it. It was like you were it was like, oh, there's another page that I didn't read. Where this journal that was like a scholar's like research journal was talking about the Amgetsor seeds. It's like the myths of them being used to drill down into the Underdark to assault the Dark Elf and subterranean kingdoms and their wars of conquest have been long stated but unfounded. Or unproven as of yet. Despite the presence of Amgetsor trees, going from the surface down to the Underdark through their root systems that can be traversed through hollow, chambers.
Hmm. I see.
So that was basically a confirmation that they were used in times of war as well.
They can be used as weapons, and I thought that, if it did turn out to be more of a weapon than a, word for something that's not a weapon.
A boon.
A
Okay.
boon? That, I figured, if it was a weapon, that would be useful considering what we're going up against.
Yeah,
Fair
enough.
but typically when you plant a tree, it doesn't go nowhere fast except the immediate area.
Yeah, but it's a magic tree.
It's still a tree, though.
Yeah?
How big was the tree when you were messing with it last?
Not too big. I can show you it.
We can do that.
It
Sure.
is growing. It is growing quickly, but not
It's
to the
not
point.
it's not too far from the village if you'd be able to be
Yeah.
a couple minute
Just
walk to
walk.
go see it.
Yeah.
You have to bring like light sources, but yeah, you'd be able to find it in the dark.
I am the light source now.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Vask says.
Yeah. I may or may not have been quoting fast.
Yeah, I mean, he's a human that can suddenly turn himself into a nightlight. It's one reason why he doesn't worry about dark vision yet. But anyways, so is it just you and Amon going out? Does anyone else want to join?
I'll watch over Rayan during all this.
Then yes, then all of them.
Okay.
All of them would go.
Yeah. And so you get a few curious looks as you start walking out of the village, but you're a curious group. People don't really stop you and be like, "Hey, where are you going? You can't leave the village." Kind of vibe. Just like, "Oh, all right, see ya."
Wonder where they're going this
Stop
time.
right there, criminal scum.
Yeah,
They must be
Yeah,
doing
it's
some
like-
more weird bullshit.
it's like or God, no, that would be a bad joke. But it's like, don't they know they can have sex in their own hut? It's fine.
Jesus.
Wow.
Oh my god.
But anyways, so yeah, it's a quick little
That can't
jaunt
bother
into
me because
the.
I don't know what that is yet.
And you jaunt into the woods. A short little jaunt into the woods, and yeah, with a few light sources, lanterns or what have you, you see this little clearing where it does look like it's grown a bit since you saw it last, Rayan and Quiet Hearts. It does have a few more leaves have budded. It's a foot taller. The stem is a bit thicker. It just looks like a sapling that's growing fairly rapidly if it's only a few days planted. This is 4 foot tall now.
And here it is. See, it's growing fast, but not, to the point where it's going to overrun everything.
Does you know what, Ryoko?
Yeah.
I'd say just because you have a pretty high intelligence, and do you know that trees normally do not grow that fast?
This is growing
I thought
pretty
I made it-
fast.
I thought I made it clear that, I knew it was growing fast. Because it's
No, I mean it was.
seed.
Well, that was the thing. You are Rayan. You have never been a gardener before.
That is right. As far as she's concerned, this is entirely normal. Oh, shit.
Yeah, you're just like, well, it's a magic tree. Is that how fast they grow? I don't know. Sure.
So
Yeah,
I'm gonna let you know this is pretty fast for a tree.
But it's a magic tree.
Yeah.
It's definitely
just,
like a different coloration than the trees around it. Looks, out of place.
Let's put it this way, Ryan.
Uh-huh.
It's not. You don't think it's growing fast, but
No, I
do
do
you
think it's
know
going fast.
when it's going to stop?
No.
See, that's the problem.
I mean,
Ventra perches on one of the branches.
Because what if it just keeps going?
I mean, if it grows too much to be a problem, there's a thing that we can do for that. We did it earlier today.
Well, like you said, it's a magic tree. Magic trees might defend themselves.
Well,
It is a funky tree, and it is growing fast.
Yeah, because... Did you think that maybe once it's done, it just... I mean, you're not... We don't... We're not staying here on the island, though. The tree's gonna stay, though.
Well, yeah, I thought that if it was, something like a bow or weapons, then, I mean, the village has access to them. If it was something, completely useless to us, then it's, it's still here.
I'm just concerned, what if it becomes a problem and we just don't know?
What if I fed it some venom?
No!
Just a little bit.
I have been taking very good care of this tree.
Just a dash.
No!
Just a dollar.
Straw?
Mm.
Daisy, do a dollop. Do a dollop.
We'll
Just
just
a dollop
ask
of venom.
around the village for anyone who's an expert on trees.
What?
How about in the morning we just... We ask around the village for anyone who's an expert on trees.
Okay.
Marlene would probably be very interested to look at this.
Yeah.
Since she was the one who told you the initial stuff about it.
Yeah. We'll deal with this later.
Did I did something stupid again, didn't I?
Oh, it's hasty.
I wouldn't say stupid, but...
Yeah, we just gotta wait and see. We'll ask an expert.
You don't need to, protect my feelings, guys.
I don't know, I'm speaking my mind. We don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing yet. That's why it's hasty. We don't know yet.
Okay.
Just watch out if it starts singing about needing blood.
Especially since Rayan is the one who planted it. Feed me, Rayan.
Oh, who? Just a idle question. What kind of light sources do people have? Does anyone have like the light cantrip?
Dark vision.
Not me.
I have a torch.
I have light cantrip, yeah.
Okay.
I have the blessed eyes of the devil.
You also have that ring.
Also that.
Okay. So, you all start heading back then?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
You sure not just a little dollop?
Why are you doing this?
I don't know.
This is upsetting.
yeah,
Yeah, alright, I'll call it off.
Rand. Oh wait,
Yeah.
you don't have the super dark vision like Flatheart has. Flatheart, are you there?
Yep.
So as Corrado and the monks kind of turn away and start heading back with the light sources, those of you with your dark vision, you're not really too bothered by it. But as the light sources go away, Ryoko and Quiet Hearts, because you have the advanced dark vision, you kind of notice there's like a faint, like luminescent glow to the leaves, like just the faintest little glow.
Hmm.
But it's only like it's only because you are you have your supervision, Quiet Hearts, and Ryoko. You have the ring of shadow sight that you're even able to really notice this like low level luminescence. But other than that, it just looks like a little sapling growing in the dark. Woof!
Bless you.
No, someone barked.
Oh, it sounded like a sneeze.
I think
Oh, I
Tiki's
thought a
me
dog
coughing.
barked.
It was me coughing.
Oh,
I
okay.
have bad lungs. It's the time.
I know you're good. Sorry, I thought it was someone's dog barking in the background, so I was like, dog. Sorry.
Boofmeister.
It happens.
So, you all head back to the village, and Ryan, are you ready to do some drugs?
Uh-huh.
So,
Let's get that venom in you.
Mm,
well, you're not the venom. That would be bad for Ryan in particular.
yeah.
But the Void Mother's Dream, which I realized I actually named it Void Mother's Sleep initially, but I like Void Mother's Dream better as a name, so we're going with that.
Fair.
Like the one time when writing Death Among the Stars, I didn't realize until someone pointed out that I accidentally changed the name of the planet they were on, like halfway through. I didn't even realize.
Oh.
But
That hurts. Ronnie.
Yes.
I'm a little anxious about what I'll see.
Yeah.
Will you two just be nearby if I wake up screaming?
Of course.
Okay.
I will always come when you call.
Oh. Okay.
the Void Mother's Dream, it's a powder that you prepare by mixing it in either a water or like a juice. You can do it in alcohol, but it's not really recommended. Not really a benefit to it, and it might have a reaction. So, dealer's choice on that, but Ryoko can help you get it prepared since she's done this before.
Yeah.
This is weirdly sounding like helping someone do heroin. But no, she has you the cup and you gulp it down. It's kind of bitter, which is probably why that's why they recommend doing it in like a fruit juice to like kind of mask the taste.
Oh God.
And you you start laying down. Rest of you like start turning in. Well, depends on if anyone wants to like stay up and stare at her. But Ryoko, you would know that when Ryoko you did it, you were asleep for a good couple of hours before you woke up from the dream itself. So not sure
you know
like
what?
what it will kick in.
I'm gonna leave it up to the party if they put out the Dreamcatcher or not.
After you fall asleep.
Yeah, 'cause I'm just saying Rand doesn't think about saying anything about it.
She didn't say anything about it. That's kind of just up to whoever.
Yeah, that's
put
just
it
up to you guys if you think, oh, should we have this here or should we put it away?
Yep, that's
Okay.
up to the party.
Yeah, and Rand's gonna sleep.
I kind of like this track, but
It's very nice.
yeah, I was going to go with the one that I used for Ryoko's and the Dreams in the Deep. I like that track. So, as you fall asleep, it's it kind of surprises you for a bit, where it seems to take you a while to fall asleep. Maybe you're anxious or nervous. Not sure if you're really kind of that after the moment, like regret. It was just like, oh shit, what did I do? Kind
Yeah.
of anxiousness. But
Ha,
after a while,
this was a
you do.
mistake. Yeah. Ha! This was a mistake.
But you're surrounded by your friends and your loved ones, even if you're not realizing that yet. But Ventra's also like nestled in close to you, or perched close, depending on what's more comfortable for you. But you eventually do drift off, and as you're just drifting in the dreamless void of sleep, you stand in a garden. It is quaint but lush with life and carefully tended. You stand upon a path leading through a copse of trees laden with fruits of such variety that you could hardly believe. Between them lay bushes and vines heavy with berry and fruit, insects and hummingbirds buzzing contentedly as they flit between blossoms. Sometimes you think you see the shadows or hear the footsteps of others wandering beneath the trees of the garden, but they do not stop to speak with you, content to enjoy the garden in solitude. You feel so hungry, and within this garden there is so much to eat. A branch hangs low in your path as if to offer you the ripe fruit hanging from it, surrounded by verdant leaves. You reach out for it. You are so hungry.
Can she speak?
Nope. You have a choice. Do you reach out or do you deny it?
It seems to come down of its own accord.
No, it's just there. It's just you're wandering it and you just happen to pass this. It's just.
No, she's not going to take it.
Okay.
She doesn't have permission.
You sit at a table with your friends. The air is filled with the sounds of chatter, laughter, and even music as you all relax and enjoy the feast spread out before you all. Freshly baked breads and pies steam as they're cut into. Large cuts of meat are carved and distributed, along with plates of fresh caught and diced sushi. Bowls of whole and cut fruit were placed alongside pitchers of beer, wine, water, and fruit juices. You hear the booming laugh of Ioane as he sits next to Ryoko, momentarily distracted from his grilled fish. The tiefling woman grinning as she sips from a goblet of wine after sharing some scandalous joke. A plate of perfectly seared meat skewers on a plate in front of her.
Oh my god.
You hear Corona and Amon having a small discussion. Lizard pig steaks for him and various fish and even some eels for her. A small bowl of fried frogs shared between them.
Of course.
You see Ventrox seated where he contentedly slurps down noodles from an oversized bowl, an eye stalk meeting your gaze and dipping in silent yet friendly recognition. He is seated next to old Meisha as she pours steaming tea from a frog-shaped kettle into a mug, chattering away, but she pauses to smile politely, flashing sharpened teeth in your direction, horns curling across her scalp.
Oh.
Even Ventra has her own little bowl full of blood that she perches on and takes the occasional deep sip of. A hand squeezes yours, and you look to see Courage Blossoms and Quiet Hearts seated next to you. eyes squinting in their kind smile as they enjoy a bowl of candied fruit and imported sugar-encrusted hard jellies, even tipping the bowl in your direction in friendly offering. Before you is a freshly baked fruit tart, the rich red berries drizzled in honey and sugar, your stomach rumbling fiercely. You take a knife in your hand, or has it always been in your hand? Or is it a fang? The blade slices into the tart, and the slice you pull free oozes the syrupy juices, crimson like arterial blood dripping off the fang, the knife, as you slide it onto a plate before you. You are famished, ravenous with hunger.
Oh. Um. Is it? Do I recognize that as blood?
No, it's just a red berry that was used to make the tart. As you look at it, it just looks like it'd be like the equivalent of a strawberry tart. Very, very, richly made, thick with, honey and syrup and uh, sugar. It just looks like it looks delicious. You are so hungry.
She'll
Oh, shut up, you.
she'll grab
Not
that
you,
piece.
the
Yeah.
motorcycle.
She'll grab that piece and bite into it.
It is delicious. It's sweet. It's almost so sweet. It's almost tart. Is it like your cheeks dimple? It is just, not to get too food porny. It is delicious. Yeah, saturating sweet would be the term. And they've baked what is the equivalent of tarts on the island, and you've had some, and it was like one of your favorite things that you ate at the celebration after defeating the eyes in the deep.
Yeah.
And but this is just like this must be what it's like if an actual master chef could make it with any the perfect ingredients, or at least that's what you imagine it tastes like.
Mm-hmm. She will savor it, but not for too long. And
No,
she will grab
not for
more.
too long, because you are falling,
Oh,
falling through darkness lit only by distant stars. Suddenly, you crash through the mirror of stars, splashing into a body of water. A small spit of land, barely enough to lay upon, is nearby, and you swim toward it as you know you are not alone in the water that stretches out to the horizon all around you. You stand upon the rock, recognizing it as dead coral, bleached and bone like. The ocean falls still over ripples, once again becoming a mirror to reflect the star filled sky, leaving you in an eerie night sky void.
uh, uh, I
You
call
stand
out.
alone in this vastness. You call out.
Yeah.
You call out, and your voice doesn't even have anything to echo off of as it just calls out, lost to the emptiness. And then it is only through the ripples disturbing reflected stars that you spot something vast moving silently beneath the surface, a coiling spiral surrounding where you stand, drawing closer and closer.
Mm.
You step back. You wait.
I wait. I did call for something.
And as you wait to see what approaches you, you see the ripples become more pronounced as you realize you are standing now, the small spit of land, now a small hill reaching out of the sea, giving you room to see, stepping from the ocean before you. Veiled so you can't see the face, but it's almost unmistakable. You see Ryoko stepping out. At least the physicality is. It's the same body shape, the same pronounced curves, the same forms. But she is dressed in an armor that you've never seen her use, face veiled by this dark, almost mourning veil look to it, draping across her horns. And she has in her hand the Argent Venom blade, the blade extended. But she just stands there. She doesn't approach you menacingly. Or, I mean, she's just standing there menacingly now. But she just emerged from the water and just stands there with the shore lapping around her feet, her ankles. I don't know if she has hooves.
Does Ryoko have hooves?
I don't think she does.
No.
Okay,
You have a raven.
Ryoko?
And you see that the coiling vastness in the water still remains. But it's where it terminates is right behind her, this spiral. TT. As if this spiral terminates on her. And
Are you my friend?
the hand lifts with the stiletto like blade pointed leveled in your direction.
She shrinks.
And there is like a hissing rumble as you just see the reflected night sky just suddenly become disturbed and indistinct, as it's like the entire sea itself begins to vibrate violently as you hear this. Just, it's only because you yourself are the mouthpiece of something larger that you can even understand the vastness of these words. And they're simple when you think about them later. Behave yourself. And then Ryoko, this figure that looks like Ryoko, is suddenly face to face with you. You don't even see her move. You don't even blink. She is just there. And there's a brief pain as you look down and see the very tip, very point of the knife, just barely stabbing your neck, right where the jugular would be. And there is just a tiny little bead of orange blood that mixes with the mercury. And it is like just like an instant of searing pain. And then you're not there. The pain is gone. You're no longer upon that dead coral. You're home.
Oh?
Stretched before you, you see the ravenous sea. You as Rand cannot fully comprehend what you are, what you used to be, what you still might become, or what you may deny yourself. But you see Ragax, the ravenous sea, the living demiplane. You stand upon what seems to be an island, or what is an island now. Might have been like a simple hillside on some mountain, on some mountainside. A grassy hill with a quaint little cottage that you sit on the porch as you just look out where this island absurdly has not been consumed yet, or purposely not been consumed, floats upon the ravenous sea, where you see in the distance pieces of other worlds, other planes, dead gods being chewed upon. Just it is only because you are of this place that you are even able to comprehend what you see and not go blind. And you know you are not alone. Where you are there all around you. But you are apart. It's so odd. It's like you are having an out of body experience from your body. As if your entire existence so far has been an out of body experience, but it doesn't feel like distressing when you think about it that way. It's like, okay, so that's what I am now. That was the plan. And you realize you start remembering things that have been a little foggy, you know? They're memories, concepts that are just quite literally physically too vast for Ray's brain to handle. But now that you're here among yourself, once again, whatever form this dream has brought you, you're starting to recall some of it.
Hmm. Okay.
Well, it took you long enough. And as you look away from where you see, where you're watching a small group of scarlet hummingbirds sipping at the flowers still growing on the side of this transplanted hill turned island, you turn and you see yourself, but as if you're looking at a mirror. It's just Rayan flipped,
Oh.
and she's just sitting there. You're sitting there in a chair, also on that porch. This looks like it was like a little quaint little, shepherd's cottage or something on some pastoral hill. As you kind of get a flash of memory. You're not sure if it's a memory of the past or the future or somewhere distant that is now. It's still so odd. It's still like difficult for you to grasp as Ray, and this you've known about nonlinearity. You've explained to people about it, but it's another thing to like fully comprehend it now that as you've been mortal, as you are mortal. And
Hi.
it's you're kind of getting a slight headache trying to grasp these contradictions that are completely true but completely contradictory to everything.
You're me.
Yes, yes. We are me, you, I. It's all give a little wave of the hand. It's wishy washy here.
I mean, here, it's all us, but what does that really mean?
Oh, you know, you're asking the big question right away.
Oh, I am.
Why we begin the Rayan experiment?
Because I wanted to learn.
Exactly.
I wanted to be better.
I mean, that's not the most insulting things Rayan has said to me, but I can see that. angle.
I mean,
Facet.
we've done so much. So
And
much wrong.
again, that is a facet. Maybe I should turn down. I'm getting like.
I want this. I want. I want. I want to learn what it's like to be with them, what their lives are like, so I don't make those mistakes again.
And it's been so fascinating,
What's fascinating?
hasn't it?
Oh, being there. Yeah. It's
They are so small, but everything is so universally significant to them.
yeah. Like for them, every little thing is everything. But for me, I mean, us, me, you know what I mean.
I'm following.
It's all so small. So small to be pointless. But it's not. It may not mean anything to me, but that doesn't mean it doesn't mean anything.
Now, with you having just told me that, dear Rayan, my beloved self, why do
That
you
sounds
punish?
narcissistic.
Well, you have been rather offended when those who have been in the know have called you my daughter, despite how accurate that can be from certain angles of view.
Well, it's not that I'm insulted. In a way, I am. You're my daughter. Oh, my head. Comprehending this is hard.
Perhaps I should start from there then. Oh, it's so difficult to really. You were having you've said this. You've said this in the future from now. It is hard to grasp non-linear reality when you're forced to view it through a linear lens. It is equally hard to try to formulate a line that goes from one to the other for your comprehension. I'm the the it's a it's a it's a it's a effort on both sides. Yeah, it
Yeah.
almost sounds like this glitchy moment where
Yeah.
it seems she's like trying to like correct herself. It's like someone trying to do on the air editing.
It's hard, yeah.
But
Hard to make sense of it.
dear Ventralk, what a mess he made of things.
He was just trying to help.
He was helping himself, but his selfishness through fear of being sent to the hells to become pinned under the weight of the chains that he was being prepared for. His selfishness has led to developments that I myself did not foresee until they happened. And then they had always happened, as they had always been. That's the fascinating thing, that by comparing these viewpoints, from my point of view, everything has happened that has happened, will happen, is happening. But when a new thing happens from your facet, by viewing back through you all, my many selves, my many daughters, through your facets, through your prisms, I see back up the chain and see that choices you make matter. They change things, even if they have always been.
Because things don't go from one point to another. They all happen at once, but also never happen, but also are pivotal.
A ripple in one place can be a tsunami in another, and they're all interconnected. But dear Ventril, poor sweet,
Praying.
he was
He
a
had regret.
dedicated worshiper. Oh yes, regret, such delicious regret for bringing my attention to the world, our attention.
Sooner than it should have. He told me that. He used quiet hearts to lure me.
He is the one who propped open the case, drew the undead, drew you. He pulled you from the stream before you were intended. And in doing so, and she lifts up her hand, your crab hand, which is now on the opposite hand from your point of view.
Uh-huh.
And she's like, she goes, some of you find this interesting. I apologize. I've had to. And you just see your crab hand fall off.
What?
And it just like falls down and like rights itself, and it just looks like the crab has reanimated and is now skittering around in confusion.
Do you mean to do that?
It was a. That was perhaps not the best visual metaphor. And again, there's not even like a blink or like a cut, and the hand is just back.
Oh.
You. Forgive me for a moment of lucidity.
Okay.
The old woman in the woods and your friend that you freed from that fish tank.
Friend,
They
yeah.
called you the daughter of Regex because that is what you are. You are of me, you are me, but you are not me. You are the first. You are the first Rayan. You are my daughter. You do not bear my sins. You should not bear my guilt.
But I can't help it. I am not you.
And that is a good thing. And she like lifts a hand up and you look out and it's just like suddenly seeing the sky shatter and you're just seeing different worlds. You are suddenly realizing you're looking. Sorry, I heard people calling the dogs. I wasn't sure if they were shouting at me. It's like you see what she means, what you mean, what Regex means by the facets, the prism of time and reality, where you realize time and causality are a tangled mess, but it is through the prism of linear time and perception that you are able to see this. Sorry, people shouting. The kaleidoscopic fractal, you know, of possibility, and you see countless Rayans. You see she goes, that guilt is a good motivator. It helps save things that I would consume much too fast for later. And that's a little cynical, I suppose. Some of you have yelled at me for that in the past, or you will yell at me. It's hard to keep track.
Yeah, but we're not. We're trying not to do that anymore.
Well, most of you don't. Some of you have, well, as you see, possibilities are endless, and the endless possibilities are so interesting. Some of you, and she like points to one facet that just seems to, it doesn't get any bigger, but your focus is this. As you see yourself standing at the top of a vast skull, a serpent skull that has, from its mouth, spills a city, where behind you a glass tower has been shattered and the lighthouse toppled, and below you you see aberrations flooding the cities, feasting upon the living and the non-living, devouring both flesh and stone, as the sea roils with you, as you see Rayan, Herald of Ragax.
Oh no, no!
But that is not you. That is the thing. You are you. And you were the first because, well, I can't exactly explain that. That would be breaking some walls that need to be standing.
You mean the fourth one?
Oh, where'd you hear that?
I
Oh, God. Hey, he's not here.
I am. I am you, but not you.
Just as a child is of their parents. They are their own person, but they come from them. Their source is them. They will always be a reflection of them no matter how they grow. They are not beholden to them.
But I'm still part.
Yes, that's
Us.
our connection is there. We are we. You are me. Me am I. It's just complicated. Oh, that was spooky.
Yeah.
And she kind of just does this like that knowing smile and nod. She goes, "See, but do you want to know why you are so hungry? It hurts, yes, right?
Yeah. A lot.
Here's the thing: your hunger is yours. It is not mine. Have you ever thought to indulge that desire, or
I
have
mean,
you been literally starving?
I eat and eat and eat, and I don't really stop being hungry.
Have you really tried though? You've been hungry since you surfaced. You have the stomach of a dead woman when you first arrived. Oh, that sweet girl.
Who was she?
Friend and Ventrok was her mentor and her killer.
Okay.
She would have brought more than you. He would have brought me to the world. Ventrok. Now shrugs.
He's
Did as
our
he
friend.
did.
He was our friend.
Yes, he was. And she holds out a finger, and you see Ventra, instantly recognizable from the many other hummingbirds buzzing around. She lands on her finger. She was his friend for many years, too.
Oh. He wasn't perfect, but far from it. None of
No,
us
he
are.
was a terror in his days. His hunger for survival impressed me.
Yeah. I imagine it did. That tends to be what draws
I
us
hope I'm
in.
making this as confusing as possible for everybody, but
Yes.
still, he's like somewhat followable.
I'm having a blast.
I'm sorry, I'm having a chance to inflict metaphysical bullshit on y'all, and I'm having a blast.
You know,
I'm enjoying watching
fucking,
Ray squirm and get some of her own medicine.
I'm
Like an
fucking
eel on a
loving
hook.
her.
So, but so she turns away from the fourth wall that you suddenly can't remember when you look away from it. But she goes, "Do you know why I agreed?"
Agreed.
Why me, Regex, the Ravenous Sea, agreed with Ventrok's suggestion to see what it's like.
Because I
He
saw.
told me there was something that you could experience that I could never satisfy. I could never have. You know what he said?
What?
Satisfaction. That is what he promised. You have the chance that I never could. I am the ravenous sea. I hunger. We always hunger. Nothing will be enough until everything is gone. And then, maybe then, once everything is gone, that hole can be filled. And then, but through you and the others, you can experience what I cannot, and that can sate me. Until all becomes Fang and Sea and me. Did you know I really enjoyed having Quiet Hearts with us? They were an
Yeah, what the
absolute
fuck?
delight. Oh yes, many of you got very mad at that. Some of you launched entire invasions to get them back,
Oh.
which is why they returned so quickly after I. What was it that many have said? Kidnapped yours.
I one of yeah. Ours. I it was they
And you turn and like, look, there they are right now, helping out. As you realize through the wibbly wobbly non-linearity, you were there at the time Quiet Hearts is there. As you look across the distance, and it's like not like across the horizon, it's like past three horizons twisted in on themselves, but you can see it. Um, you see this vast battlefield where Regex herself is the battlefield, and you see quite literally an angelic host of quiet hearts fighting against this. You can't see it yet. It's like you're seeing a void, not like space void. It's just you can't see what they're fighting because you haven't experienced it yet. You haven't seen what the threat is yet. You don't know what the threat is yet, and because of your linear state, you can't absorb this information from the future just yet. But you see them fighting this threat that just keeps seeming to come back, despite also fighting against the ravenous sea itself. It is just as ravenous, and it's a stalemate. But Quiet Hearts, in all their multitudes, are tipping the scales.
Oh,
And there's a moment where you're looking, and it's just like when you saw through Angelic Host of Harem. God,
God damn it.
when you glance, it's like when you're glancing through the fractals, and you could see these different timelines of yourself, and you see it's almost like you focus in, and it's just immediate recognition among these multitudes. Oh yeah, there's your Quiet Hearts, and they turn and they see you, and they just lift a hand in greeting before they have to swing their Morning Star into the face of something that tried leaping at them. And you see another Quiet Herd zoom in with a flaming spear, their wings more fiendish than the others as they dive in from above, driving this off before Quiet Hearts is tugged into the melee once again, as there's just this strange war that they are fighting.
Can't tell me what that is, can you?
Oh, that one. Yes, that was Fury Seeds and Raging Hearts.
No, I mean. Never mind.
They are an outlier.
No, I didn't mean that Quiet Hearts. I'm not surprised that there's a different kind of Quiet Hearts. I meant what they're fighting.
Oh yes, that's
Yeah, that's what I expected.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you were there when it happened, so
Yeah, I'll know eventually.
I mean, you were there when they got cursed.
What?
Eventually, was it before? Was it the other critters? And she like looks over at this distant battlefield, and she's like counting on a finger, like looking at it like as if like counting ducks in a herd. She's like, oh wait, no,
Is
well,
this what it's
you'll
like for?
find out.
Is this what it's like for everyone else to talk to us?
As they'll tell you, yes. And she like reaches over and pats you on the shoulder, and it's a very light, comforting pat, but you also feel just the impossible weight of eons behind it.
Hmm. That's a sentence.
Now, I hope some of this has been helpful. It can be hit or miss with some of you, or will be.
I'll try.
I don't know which way the tree grows for you.
That's worrying considering the conversation I just had.
Oh, I meant the tree of splitting of branches of timelines, but you're talking about the Angetsoru seed. Oh,
Yeah.
right. That's always a fascinating variable. What was it you said? What was your intent when you planted it? Oh, that's right. That will be fun. Something useful. Nice and vague.
Yeah.
Sorry, this is me, just the DM, having fun.
No,
I'm sorry, everybody.
I'm having a blast.
I hope everyone else is enjoying too. I know this is carried on a while.
I
So
I can't promise I won't still. I can't promise I won't still deal with the guilt.
Like I said, guilt was a powerful motivator, or is a motivator for you and others.
And
It
you.
is for quiet hearts.
Yeah. I wish I could help them more. I'm trying.
We are.
We are.
And they like again gesture at it at the field, the battlefield. You see, you just take a time to look as you see several quiet hearts that are. You get a pang of sadness as you see them. They seem to be further. They look like they weren't able to escape the cruelness of their upbringing. They've inherited it in ways, but you see others that are shining beacons of radiant goodness. You see some, some that are, just what other walks of life. They seem, you see, it really is the spectrum that you see, and there's one that you see that perhaps you feel the sea of pity from, and just like, and just desire to protect from as you look at this one where they have been scarred. Their wings, as you remember, were sawed off and offered up to you, and and their eyes, each of them removed, stitched shut
Ooh.
across their body. The only eye they have, their mouth, as they open it. One of the few quiet arts to have a mouth. And this one, it's just almost too painful to watch. But you feel Raygax's presence, her hand upon your shoulder again, and she goes, just as there are many of you, of us, there are many of them, and every time you are there, they are blessed.
We're good for them.
Good for each other, I think.
Yeah.
No,
Good
actually,
for
I must pointed out that one's details. That one does have a mouth, but when it opens, it is a mouth of Raygax.
Oh.
As they have become the personification of a weapon of many fangs. Their body is their pact.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah. So
Am I gonna remember this when I wake up?
some.
And I'm sure anything that I won't remember.
Don't think too hard, or you may need a new skull, and that can get messy.
Yeah.
Because some of these thoughts, as she reaches out, plucks a thought from the sky like a cloud, and you realize this thought is so vast that it would crack your skull if you try to contain its vastness. And then she just lets it drift away like she was just letting a streamer get caught in the breeze.
Yeah.
Now, before you go dragged away by that busybody, Remember this words, Rayan, daughter of Ragax, beloved, daughter of the ravenous sea. Existence is the finest of meals, O daughter mine. And are we not ravenous? And you're awake?
Holy
You
fuck!
suddenly sit up in bed. And it is about like an hour from dawn. You've been asleep for most of the night. So
Eyes dart around the room.
Ventra's perched on your chest, and she's like perched nearby.
Ioane nodded off.
Oh,
Quiet Hearts is still standing by.
are you asleep?
Passive perception would be high enough that they'd wake up if they did fall asleep.
Please tell me you
They
got
may
a long rest, Raven.
Yes, everyone got a long rest.
Okay, good. She
It wasn't it wasn't a very fulfilling long rest, but it was still a long rest for Quiet Hearts.
okay.
They probably took shifts or something.
Imagine.
She looks at you. Are you awake right now? Like seeing her?
Yeah, they woke up as soon as Rand gasped. They'll look down.
She wraps her arms around Quiet Hearts.
They were not expecting the sudden, hug, but they definitely hugged back. Hello. Did you see what you needed to see?
I might have. I saw a lot.
Did you get
And
bit by a snake and find a really cool sword from it?
You're asleep.
Ryoko's like perched
No.
nearby.
I was canonically watching over you.
You stabbed
actually-
me.
Ryan or Ryoko.
Yeah.
I was actually going to interject. Ryoko, did you fall asleep at any point? Like possibly just like nodded off?
You can say I did if you want to, but I would have
Yeah,
tried to stay up.
Friday the 13th style. You try to stay up, but you nodded off. But you
Mhm.
did wake up before Ryoko did. Or Ran. Jeez, our names. Ryoko. As you nodded off not Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street style, you have a dream where you're once again in the garden. Fuzzier and indistinct than the previous, enhanced version of the dream you experienced, but you recognize it. You don't really perceive any details or remember details after you wake up. But you hear that faint hissing of a voice from the small snake coiled loosely, comfortably around your neck. Not like choking, but just like, draped, like a snake just hanging out. No menace in it. It just says, "Watch over the hungry one." Before you awake. But yeah, you would be awake when Rayan did.
Yeah. Looks over
Did you get
at
bit by a snake and get a cool knife out of it?
no, but you stabbed me.
Point of order, I have never stabbed you.
Okay, so you didn't stab me. I think it was the Void Mother, but like using your body as a representation of herself.
Ryoko.
I'm not taking responsibility for what Dream Ryoko did. Fuck that bitch.
I was just gonna say, as an aside, TT, Ryoko's the Void Mother did kind of speak to her through the form of her perceived mother that when she had the dream.
Aw, Rayan thinks of me as her mommy.
Your mouth.
As do all the fans.
Jesus.
I saw. Me.
Sort of. Not
She is
exactly,
silly, is she
but
not?
also yes. What?
She is silly, is she not?
Looks at you just like
I tried to make the Regex encounter silly.
Yes.
This is also Quiet Heart's point of view silly. They have a weird sense of humor.
Yes. I saw you. While you were
Blinks
there.
like, yes, non-linear time. I remember.
Yeah.
Oh,
She
I do not really remember the event, but I remember you explaining.
Got really weird. Quite hard to get. You kind of remember that having so many eyes to look in so many directions got weird.
Everybody's staring at everybody else. Everybody's locking eyes. It's like night.
Like, all right, which one of us is going to blink first?
I saw me, but also not me, because I'm Rygax, but I'm also not Rygax.
And she is Rayan, but also not Rayan.
Friend called me the daughter of Rygax. And so did me?
Mesha.
no, me as in
Oh, right.
yeah.
But Mesha did as well.
Yeah. So I
would
am
And now we're running late. We can wrap up soon, I
I'm gonna
think.
go back to sleep. I need to process this.
Would you like me to
Thank
stay
you
with
for
you?
watching me, you two. We can talk more about this tomorrow.
Okay.
Because Ioane snored, you look over and you see Ventra, like, on
Oh,
his
no.
arm, like, just walking around, tapping. It's just like, nope, can't get in there. Walks a few inches, taps, nope, not there. She's like a prospector. And like flutters
No.
away.
Muscle, bone, muscle, muscle, bone. Haha, vein!
Yeah, she flutters away. She's like, she looks like chastised. It's like the cat getting caught with their about to knock something off the counter. It's just like, oh shit, they caught me.
Ryan will lean back down and just stare off into space a little.
Quiet Hearts will change other armor so they can lay next to Rayan and just, be there.
Reach over and take your hand and give it a squeeze.
They squeeze back.
And so everyone's going to bed, right?
Yeah. I think
Probably a
so.
good way to wrap it up. There's an hour until dawn, but catch up on what sleep remains. And
missing an hour of sleep is like missing 10 hours of sleep. Fucking
oh
weird.
yeah, it's awful. It can throw off your whole rhythm. But so Ryoko, as you go back to your cot to go back to bed, no one else seems to hear it, and it's weird that you don't see Quiet Hearts react to it. But as you hear like the sound of something moving, like sliding through grass, as you look over to the entrance of the hut, as you see slithering out into the night the tail end of a small black star-filled snake.
Aww.
And that's probably where we can end for the night, and we'll pick up next time with the new day of the new work orders and stuff.